to episode number 035 of Something Else with Arya, not KJ. My name is Arya, and today it is a double main event because not only will we be talking about Mid-South Wrestling from April 29th, 1982, but first we're going to switch the order of our segments because we're going to be talking Weird News of the Week first, but it's not going to be me talking about it, at least by myself. I am going to be joined here in just a few minutes by Ben Hooper of UPI.com. Yes, the guy whose articles I blatantly read here pretty much every single week as part of Weird News. He's going to be on here. We're going to talk to him in just a few minutes, and then I'll come back afterwards with some wrestling talk. But first, let's get some other things out of the way. Of course, you can listen to this fine audio program on tinyurl.com/somethingelsepod, angrymarks.com, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Castbox, Overcast, Pod Paradise, Castro, Podbay.fm, Radio Public, and Pocket Cast. And as I always say, yes, these are all real places. Now, for those of you who didn't listen last week or may need to be reminded, starting Friday, February 28th, we're going to be debuting a new show here on Something Else. It is going to be the Smoky Mountain Re-Watch Along Project, where every week I'll be doing a watch along of Smoky Mountain Wrestling starting in February of 1992. As of this recording, we're up to 10 episodes. So, yeah, those of you complain that, I'll never do it. It's like we're at 10 episodes already. So, yeah, there you go. And anyway, I'm hopeful of having about 15 in the bag before we get to April 28th. Up to 15 by August as well, but, specifically by April 28th. These shows will not be available on angrymarks.com, so if you're listening to us there, please consider subscribing to us on all your other favorite streaming platforms, because that's where you'll be able to get not just this, the main Something Else program, but also the Smoky Mountain Rewatch Along project. All right, so hang on for just 1 second. I'll bring Ben Hooper onto the line, and we'll talk to him about his career and weird news in general. So hang on just 1 minute. And welcome back to Something Else. Joining us today is a name familiar to our listeners and to his readers. He is the Orator of the Odd and the Warrior of the Weird from UPI.com and the Odd News Minute podcast. Please welcome Ben Hooper. Ben, how you doing today?
I am doing great, and also I am going to make that my new title on all of my socials. What was that? The Warrior of the Weird,
And the
Orator
Orator,
of the Odd.
yes,
I love that. Thank you for this gift.
no problem. I Before we get going, I have to actually mention something because about an hour ago or so, I just did a Google search for you, trying to find a little bit of background info. And the first thing that pops up on Google is a tweet that you posted, and it didn't show the link at first, but it just says, "Help, my boss found out I'm a white guy in my late 30s and is forcing me to do a podcast." And I'm like, oh my God, is he talking about me?
No, we have started our own. It's called the UPI Odd News Minute. It is a daily podcast. It's on Spotify now and Amazon and Audible. Should be coming to Apple Podcasts very soon. But we're all over the other platforms. We got 2 episodes out now.
As I say, it's on all the places where you can steal a podcast.
Exactly. I'm also really excited to hear that I came up early on in a search for Googling my name and not the former governor of Tennessee, the bane of my existence.
See, I was actually just texting my friend a few minutes ago. I'm like, I guess I shouldn't introduce him as the former governor of Tennessee from 1911.
Hate
Um,
that guy.
Honestly, it's the first time I'd ever heard of him, so I guess that's a good
Well,
thing.
yeah. You've probably had less reason to Google my name over the years than I have.
Probably, but and as people who listen to our show since we started last year know, we do a segment called Odd or Weird News of the Week. And very quickly it became apparent that every time I read an article it was written by you. Um, and so it made me think, like, are you the person that pretty much handles all the weird, odd, random news of the world, or am I just really great at picking out your articles?
No, as far as UPI goes, I'm the guy. Any day that I'm on, anything in our odd news section is probably by me. There's scattered exceptions around. Like we have a few partner organizations that we get some articles from, and if I'm not there that day, somebody will fill in. So you'll get odd news articles here and there that aren't by me, but I guarantee you that my output dwarfs theirs.
Um, so I guess I should ask this as well. Do you like pro wrestling at all?
I
Watch or
have not
follow?
watched pro wrestling in so long. I did follow it a bit when I was very young in the late 80s, early 90s. I watched it kind of here and there through high school, but like I probably the last time I saw pro wrestling was like 1999, maybe. But my
Honest,
my mom and my stepdad are huge wrestling fans, so I will definitely recommend this podcast to them.
honestly, in some ways, we're the weirdest podcast because we've had about a dozen guests for different reasons, and not a single one of them are wrestling fans, or at least
I'm
current day wrestling
a
fans.
huge fan of the films of Hulk Hogan,
Ah,
Suburban Commando, Mr. Nanny.
of course.
Those those are the only two that I can think of.
I mean, those are classics right there. Um, so I guess when did you get started, or how did you get started in journalism? Was it something you were into growing up, or was it just something you had a talent for and just said, "Hey, let's ride with this"?
It was definitely something I was into when I was growing up. My mother was a journalist, and in the 1980s, she worked for UPI back when UPI was the second largest news wire in the world. It's not that anymore. We're not a news wire. We're just a news website. But she worked for UPI back when it was big time in Chicago in the 1980s, and then she worked for a couple of newspapers after that, spent some time in radio and everything. But I grew up with my mother as a journalist, and it was something that I always also admired and aspired to from her example. And in college, I did a couple stories for my college newspaper, and the what UPI had turned into at the time was hiring essentially just copywriters to just here's what we need you to write 2 paragraphs of this. And so I started doing that part-time, and I never stopped. And as the company evolved into what it is today, I evolved alongside it and became the odd news guru, the arbiter of odd, wizard of weird. I've already forgotten what my title is.
It'll be great. The Orator of the Odd and the Warrior of the Weird.
It's great stuff.
Yes, this is what happens when you Google adjectives at 20 minutes ago. But
Excellent.
so from there, you said, I mean, you've basically been working at UPI forever and a day. Um, how did you end up with what you currently do with all the odd news?
Well, when I was first working for UPI in 2003, it was a mixture. It was a mixture of all different things. You know, world news, national news, business news. And my favorite thing to do was what we called then the quirks, and that's what we call odd news today. And after a little while of just doing the assorted news, it became very clear to me that as a sensitive person, I'm not really cut out for hard news, national news, international news, like things that are really just tragic and awful and depressing, and stories about how horrible people can be to each other. Just like I would literally have to take a break to cry about some of the things that I had to write about. So I was like, I can't do that anymore. So over time, I was doing more and more of just the quirks until they were like, you know what, fine, you're in charge of quirks. That's your whole deal. So when that wire that I was originally doing for UPI was called News Track back then, they stopped doing the news track, and I was unemployed for about all of 2 weeks before I got a call from the head of UPI, the website, and was like, hey, we need someone to write odd news for us, and I hear you're good at it. And I was like, well, you heard right. So
Like you're going to say anything different, right? Uh,
yeah, no, of course. I was like,
and,
no, I want to keep working at a call center.
and hey, who needs to write about the sad news of today when you could write stories about, an animal shelter seeking home for a dog and a goat who are best friends? I just love
Right.
that
No,
story.
I have the highest regard and utmost respect for the people who can and do write those stories, because it is very important for that information to get out and be reported. I personally cannot do it.
Yeah. 'Cause, I mean, it gets depressing after a while just watching the news. I can't imagine having to write about it, for months and years and just be like,
No, that's
oh,
it exactly.
yeah.
Like I still read it and I'm still like, well, that's a bummer. But when you read it, you're done with it in about 2 to 5 minutes, depending on how long the article is. When you're writing it, you have to live in that story for as long as it takes. And oof,
Now,
oof.
now, before or since, do you have any specific articles that you're most proud of? Either you did the best research ever on this, or just the writing just came together this one day and just I wrote something awesome. Is there anything that you pulled up and go like, hey, look at this. This is me.
Probably my very favorite article that I've ever written. I just did last year at some point. I had read a little about and written a little about this couple in Wisconsin who collected so many like weird little ceramic cat figurines that their house was full of it. And they're like, well, what are we going to do with all these cat figurines? They started selling tickets for people to come tour their house, and they called it Redner's Rescued Cat Museum. So I thought, well, this is amazing, and I have to talk to these people. And I got to have a good, like, long conversation with this couple, and the article that I wrote from that conversation we had, I'm extremely proud of. I feel like my interest in it shone through, and what I love about that is so weird, but they are so passionate about it.
Yeah. Um, and how do you typically find out about these stories? Do people typically like email you or tweet you and say, "Hey, there's something over here you might want to take a look at," or does it's just one of those things you hear about and research?
That's a big part of it. Like it comes from all over, like all over the place. In the early days, it was literally just Google is your best friend, and to a large extent it still is. Like you just go down through their news and find weird things, or you learn like what are some search terms that'll come up with some more like quirky, like tiny newspaper or little local news station pieces on these really wacky things, because you really have to like dig deep into these small localities, because in a place like, in Chicago, you would never see a news story on TV about a couple who turned their house into a cat figurine museum. But in small town Wisconsin, that's a big story that night.
It,
And over time, that's grown to include like there's a lot of social media searching every day, various fire departments, police departments, animal rescue groups. Like it's a lot of research on Google, a lot of research on social media, and like you said, yeah, now at this point, having done it for this many years, sometimes I do just get people emailing me being like, "Hey, we rescued this raccoon today. Here's the video." Or I have a guy who emails me every week with his newest YouTube video of what weird Guinness World Record he broke this week. He's like up to like 250 plus, and that's
Nice.
a lot of fun.
I can attest about local news. I interned at a local TV station way back when, and some nights it was a struggle to fill 30 minutes, and it was basically what can we possibly talk about? And sometimes it was the most random, weird, oddball stuff. And
Yeah,
I
it's
think
where you get
this,
the good stuff.
yeah. And I think to some extent that's where I found my love of just weird news, is it's like you'd never think about some of this stuff until you'd see it or hear about it, and read about it in the news. And thankfully someone's there to share that with us. Um and did you have any other goals or aspirations growing up, or was it always just I want to be a journalist, hopefully can make this work?
I wanted to be a famous actor. I wanted to be an astronaut at one point, but I gave that one up somewhere around 8 when I found out how much math you have to do. Uh, After that, yeah, it was a lot of different writing careers was most of my aspirations as a child and even as a young adult. And like even today, there's a lot of other things that I hope to find time to do in my life. I've written quite a bit of fiction. I've written quite a bit of plays, some of which I've been lucky enough to be able to mount locally. I've done a lot of acting theatrically, and I feel like at this point in my life, I'm happy that that's the hobby and writing is the career.
I gotta say, and talking about Google again, when I was Googling you to see what was going on, of the several Ben Hooper people that popped up, and most of them were just the governor or you. I get the Kalamazoo Civic Theater Benjamin Hooper bio. I'm like, well, this isn't him, but it'll be something funny to bring up. I look at it and that's you.
Yeah,
And
that's me.
you were Renfield in Dracula.
Yep, that was my first Civic Theater show in 2002. It was a junior civic production for the youths, and that was like I aged out of civic youth theater during the run of that show, but that was a lot of fun, and that really like bit me with the bug real hard. So that I studied theater in college. I didn't study journalism. uh I did take classes, just for the record, but I didn't major in journalism. I majored in theater, and just a couple years ago I got to play Dr. Watson in the adult civic, in a play called Baskerville, and that was a lot of fun.
That's really cool. And you know, you talked about not taking a lot of journalism classes. I dabble once in a while when I get the inspiration to write about something. I'll write about something, and half decent at it. But again, it's like you don't necessarily have to take the class. Just like discover your own talent and write what you know, kind of thing. And even if you don't know it, hey, sometimes you're actually good at something you may not have thought about ahead of time, like you with your odd news. Um,
Yeah, there's all kinds of ways to learn. Like even if you have a natural talent for writing, there are things you're going to have to learn, but you can learn by doing, by getting feedback, by talking to editors about what they like and don't like about your work. There's a lot of avenues into writing, just like there are for a lot of other professions, and I think that's great. I think it because everybody learns in different ways. Not everybody's a classroom person.
no, and I think that's a big thing too. It's like a lot of times you learn by doing, and you know, and it pretty much works with anything. I always find it funny when people say they don't know how to cook, and I'm like, you just got to go up to the oven and just sometimes just practice and eat a lot of bad meals before you get the hang of it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I learned to cook by trial and error with a lot of help from YouTube.
Uh, I once tried to poison my brother. Good news, he's still alive, and you know,
Yay.
the shocking part is more I only tried to poison him once. So,
I I never tried to poison my brother, but I did make him throw up once when I made him a strawberry quick and cheese sandwich that he did not keep down.
That sounds amazingly awful. There's probably somebody listening to this right now going, I'm gonna try that.
We used to like try to make each other like gross sandwiches and make each other eat it. The game ended when he threw up and I got in trouble, and I blame him for that to this day.
And this is when you were 25. It's not even like when you were kids.
I think I was like 10,
Okay, just a few years
11.
ago.
I would never put strawberry quick on a cheese sandwich now. My palate is too refined. A sharp cheese needs more of a dark chocolate quick.
Do they even still make Nestle Quick? I don't even know.
I have no idea.
Okay. Uh, I'll have to ask my brother. He's got five screaming children. I'm sure at some point they've asked for some sort of syrup to go in their milk. And um, I guess I'm sorry, I'm trying at a loss to what to ask next. But you know, honestly, when I go through your articles and I try to find something to read, I tend to usually gravitate towards the cute animal stories because those are usually the cutest and most fun to talk about. Uh,
Right.
what would be your favorite subject if you had to choose, to talk about? Because I see you do a lot of lottery stories, you do a lot of animal stories, etc.
Yeah, well, I will say the lottery stories are not my favorite. That's more obligation, but it's more like, well, this is easy to do.
Mhm.
But the animal stories also tend to be pretty easy to do, but like you said, like it's more fun, it's cute, it's often funny. Like I do a lot of stories that are animals being rescued or whatnot, but my favorite subgenre of animal story is animals in unexpected places.
Yes.
uh because it's cute, but it's very funny. Like there was one a few weeks ago about a photo that went viral in oh geez, I'm blank. It was, I think, Australia, maybe New Zealand, of a sheep riding a city bus, and the story behind it was there was just a loose sheep in the road, and the bus driver was like, well, looks like someone needs a ride. And the
Yep.
picture's hysterical, and the mental picture is hilarious. Like, what, sheep on a bus? What are you doing?
I think one of the first stories we talked about, and I wish I remembered the specifics, but an animal got loose and somehow went to a restaurant to have dinner. Well, not to have dinner, but they got caught at a restaurant.
Right.
And it's like just the preposterous thought of that. It's like it made me laugh just reading it.
Right.
Uh,
No, it's absolutely preposterous and bizarre. And like the weirder the animal and the more random the location, the better for me. Like I remember this was like several years ago, but I still think about it and laugh because there was a video where a circus truck had broken down on a highway in Spain and a hippo got loose, and there was just a hippo wandering around Madrid and people were just taking pictures of it. And like, this is a hippopotamus, it's a deadly animal, no one was hurt thankfully, but like every picture of this is hilarious because hippos don't belong in Madrid. What are you doing, hippo?
I was driving to my boss's house last year and I had to stop because there in the middle of the road, for no reason that I could think of anyway, was a tiny horse. And I'm like,
Oh,
yes. And I'm like, of course, me being me, and I imagine I wasn't the only person who did that, I had to immediately take out my phone and take pictures of it to prove, hey, look, there was a tiny horse in the middle of the road that stopped me.
right, who
And
wouldn't? It's a tiny horse, one of the best kinds of animals.
yes, I don't think it was little Sebastian from, Parks and Recreation, but, you know, still a cute animal.
5,000 candles in the wind.
See, I made sure to say Parks and Recreation just on the off chance you had no idea what I was talking about, but you knew what I was talking about.
No, I'm very familiar with the Cult of Little Sebastian as a member myself.
5,000 Candles in the Wind is better than the original song. Just throwing that out there. Uh,
Agreed.
so I gotta admit, and this is probably something that's the most obvious thing ever, but people who've listened to this have heard me butcher a lot of names while reading your articles, at the point where I'm like, maybe I should read these articles ahead of time, so just in case there's a name I can't pronounce, I can either figure out how or skip over it. Do you ever get that where you're just like, someone sends you some wacky name and you're like, how on earth am I going to pronounce that? Is that even spelled correctly? And
I will tell you that that is something that I just learned to be more cognizant of yesterday, recording the first episode of my podcast, the Odd News Minute. Like, because I write out a script and I'm like, this looks good. These are good stories. Let's do it. And I was like, I don't know how to pronounce half of these words. So I had to go to YouTube, search pronunciation guides for like a city in Pennsylvania and a city or a some biblical place in Jerusalem. Yeah, I've definitely learned that the translation of that's a bunch of letters to that's a bunch of noises can be complicated.
yeah, for me, it's usually the last names. When you get past 7 or 8 letters, that's where it's like, that's when you just get named by your first name for me. It's like, sorry, there's a million Marys, but sorry, I can't read that last name here.
Yeah.
Uh, so I want to thank you again for coming on because like this has really been enjoyable and you've been a great guest. But before we finish things up, you had any plugs you want to throw out there to our listeners?
Yeah, I would like to plug once again the UPI Odd News Minute on podcast platforms everywhere. It's about 3 minutes long and it comes out every weekday. Follow me on Twitter at Ben Hooper Writes. I'd like to give a shout out to one of the other Ben Hoopers out there, an English fellow who swam the English Channel. I got a lot of DMs from English journalists trying to find you, and I hope they eventually did.
Fingers crossed. So I don't know if he still does this. I should probably look it up, but do you know who John Jones, UFC fighter, is?
No.
Okay, so there's another gentleman named John Jones, spelled the same way, and he got the original Twitter handle for at John Jones. And so anytime the UFC fighter does something stupid, which for him used to happen a lot, the other John Jones tended to get a lot of Twitter hatred and feedback. And he never watched UFC up until that point anyway. So he just randomly started getting all this hate and he would just run with it. And um, I imagine he's still there, but if he's not, it used to be a great Twitter page. But
That reminds me of just like 2 years ago, the poor guy whose Twitter handle was at Jeffrey Epstein and had to explain,
that
like, that's not me.
Jeff Garland, who does he looks like I can't remember who it is he looks like, but they did an episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm about it. And it's like when you look at it, like, oh my God, he does look like that guy.
Where he looks like Harvey Weinstein.
Yes. I'm like,
Yeah.
but so again, thank you so much. And if you ever want to come back on, because you haven't had enough weirdness in your life, you're always welcome. Thank you again so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me.
And hang on with more listeners, we'll be right back. And I'm back. So I hope everyone enjoyed that interview. I enjoyed having it. Make sure to check out upi.com along with the Odd News Minute podcast that he plugged there on that interview. And for those of you listening to us for the first time ever because of Ben, welcome. Hope you enjoy the next 30 minutes of your life or so. And we'll dive right in now to Mid South Wrestling from April 29th, 1982, from the Irish McNeil Boys Club in Shreveport, Louisiana. and actually got some wacky news to kick off the show. Last week, we saw Paul Orndorff's last TV match. Yes, that messed up match with Larry Higgins was it. He stays until the end of May and finishing up with Bob Roop. But unless they air house show footage or unless he comes on to do an interview, that's it. No more Mr. Wonderful here in Mid-South Wrestling. And I believe that's pretty much it, period, for him in Mid-South. I don't think he comes back even before he jumps into WWF. So hope you enjoyed Paul Orndorff, because we're never going to talk about him again until they replay the footage of Bob Roop messing with him over and over and over and over again. But let's go into our intro of the show. It is going to be Boyd Pierce and the good old cowboy Bill Watts. And we have a big debut on this week's show. And we'll go to that and they'll talk about it right now.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this week's edition of Mid-South Wrestling Television Network. I'm your host, Boyd Pierce, and lots of exciting action coming up. We'll see the return for the first time since his recent injury here on television appearance of Ted DiBiase as he takes on the man responsible for that injury, Bob Roop. Also, the mercenary and legendary General Skandar Akbar adds another man to his army in the person of Hacksaw Duggan coming against Captain Redneck Dick Murdoch. They'll be on the card. Also, I'd like to tell you before we get into the matches, I have a personal congratulations to my good friend and a friend of all wrestling in the person of Mr. Charlie Lay, who recently, as a board meeting of our board of directors, elected him as our current president of Mid-South Sport. He's highly regarded, former great professional wrestler, and highly referee. So we add our congratulations to Charlie Lay. Cowboy Bill Watts is always welcome at our table. He's our guest commentator. Bill, before I turn it over to you, I'd like to remind you that be rigid enforcement, of course, of our guest commentators because of what's happened here lately. We go over the rules from time to time, and we don't whenever somebody comes back for the second time because they agree, but no way can you interfere or participate with any match. If you do, you'll be subject to stiff penalty. With that, we welcome you.
Well, thank you, Boyd, and I know what you're referring to. Some 6 weeks ago, Dusty Rhodes was baited right here on Mid-South Wrestling by Bob Roop and jumped in to answer a challenge. Dusty's never been one to back down from any challenge, and he was then jumped by Paul Orndorff, and he kind of got roughed up, and then on the short end of it, he got a $2,500 fine for breaking that rule. And everybody thought maybe it was a raw deal, but rules are rules, and certainly when somebody's here as your guest commentator and you're hosting the program, they have to understand that they are eliminated from all action in the ring. As for myself, it's not very hard. The guys are getting younger, tougher, and stronger, and the fires of desire as far as one-on-one combat with me don't burn quite as bright anymore. I enjoy sitting with you here and commentating it. And talking about top young athletes, Skandar Akbar's got a former All-American football player from SMU, a former specialty team and nose guard for the Atlanta Falcons, the member of that Suicide Squad, as Hacksaw Duggan here with one purpose in mind: to revenge for the General the tremendous, not only a blow to the General's pride, but a pretty stiff blow to his head administered by the old Marine Dick Murdoch. And so that's one of the highlights. But let's hear Skandar Akbar talking about Hacksaw Duggan in an interview pre-taped by Reeser Bowden.
So we're going to press pause on that for a second and just talk about what we just heard. So today it's return of Ted DiBiase for the first time since he lost the North American title to Bob Roop last month in that whole big rigmarole that went down that we're actually going to recap again later on in this episode. They also congratulate Charlie Lay for being named the new president of Mid-South. I believe this is basically going to be like Matchmaker Grizzly Smith, and later on the different quote-unquote commissioners come through. I don't think we ever actually see Charlie Lay at any point. He's just a mysterious name off in the distance. He's not even Jack Tunney, who shows up once every 6 months to make a random ruling that may or may not make any sense. This is just, like, honestly, they could have said that it's Arya is the new president for as much as it really means to the audience out there. Boyd did congratulate Charlie Lay. He said that he not only was a great wrestler, but also a highly referee. A highly what referee? I'm not sure, but he was a highly referee. And of course, because we're worried that Bill Watts is going to get up and go beat up all the wrestlers, Boyd had to reiterate the rules of being the guest commentator, where you're not allowed to get up, you're not allowed to go take part in the action, If you do, you get a stiff fine and a suspension if you do so. And it's one of those things where they said it was 6 weeks ago. I felt like it was longer, but it may have been 6 weeks. But either way, it's one of those things that, they really do need to remind you on occasion, because when you get some of the crazy stuff going on and you have a wrestler, in this case, a retired wrestler in Bill Watts, who is like, and you're like, well, why aren't they getting up to go do something about this? Why are they just sitting there and allowing these shenanigans to occur? And, we have Boyd here basically to reiterate that, hey, this is why we don't have the shenanigans going on. This is why, this wrestler who may hate that guy in the ring is forced to sit here 25 feet away and just watch. And so, yeah, Bill's only allowed to assault wrestlers backstage. So, on to the next thing. We're going to go to Reeser Bowden for an interview with Skandor Akbar, who is standing there with Hacksaw Dugan.
As you well know, General Skandor Akbar has a formidable stable of athletes under his control, and now he's added another man who will meet Dick Murdoch right here later today in this program in a special challenge match.
First of all, everybody saw what happened 2 weeks ago with Captain Redneck, and nobody walks the face of the earth that puts their hands on the general and brags about it. Let me introduce Hacksaw Duggan, a man that was at the top in American collegiate and professional football. They call him Hacksaw because he doesn't stop. Just one look at this man, and you know how mean and raunchy and nasty that he can get, and he'll do it all for $1,000. Hacksaw Duggan, remember the name. You'd better remember Murdoch if you're listening.
But with all the big and nasty and vicious men that you already have in your stable, why do you feel the necessity to bring somebody else in to do the job?
Why should I risk anybody in my stable getting injured when this man is crazy enough, if I may say, mean enough, nasty enough to do it, as I've said before, for $1,000. Just some of my managerial genius. Listen and listen good, Captain Redneck. If Mid-South wants to offer you sanctuary and protect you, I'll take matters in my own hands, and I will do so.
And you'll see it all right here on this program later today as Hacksaw Duggan meets Dick Murdoch in a special challenge match.
Well, Hacksaw Dugan built a reputation for himself in the National Football League, and anybody knows that if you're on those specialty teams game after game, you got to be dedicated and a little bit loose in the head, because it's a real blind shot situation going down. So Akbar, knowing this young man wants to make a name for himself, he certainly hired him and given him the opportunity here today. Another man, a man of fame, a man that's been known for his intrigue, formerly managed by Rock Hunter, a formidable opponent, a knowledgeable wrestling man, and a man who double-crossed Ernie Ladd at the beckon of money by Akbar, the assassin. And that's the next one. Let's go to the ring for Reeser Bowden's first introduction.
Well, let's hold off on that for a second and instead talk about the interview we just heard with Skandor Akbar and Hacksaw Dugan. Yes, Hacksaw Jim Duggan, who everyone all remembers. If you're listening to this and don't know who Jim Duggan is, go press pause and go watch some old stuff. I mean, you really don't need to watch for like 2 minutes, because when you see one Jim Duggan match, especially the WWE from WCW, you've seen every Jim Duggan match in the WWE from WCW. But he actually has a pretty decently length career here in Mid-South, and we'll cover all that here in the months and years to come. But Skandor not only says Hacksaw Duggan's name right, but he says that Duggan will do anything that Akbar says for $1,000. I thought we learned from a few weeks ago that, all you need to do is one-up these people and you can purchase their services. So why isn't Dick Murdoch paying Duggan $2,000 to go after the Samoans and the one-man gang? Oh, well. By the way, this Duggan is a lot less refined. Mind you, Duggan's never looked like a GQ model, but his hair is a lot bushier and more unkempt, and he's got a big fur vest and fur coat on. And in many ways, if I didn't tell you it was Hacksaw Jim Duggan, you might look at it and be like, who is that man? But anywho, we jump right into the action here. It's the Assassin versus Tony Torres. I should note that Reeser, who's, not a very big man anyway, but Reeser towers over both men. But before the match starts, the assassin has something to say.
Dressed in black with the...
I hope that Ernie Ladd is within sound of my voice, because I know that Ernie Ladd's very upset over what's happened. But after all, Mr. Ladd, I did what I did for money. Now, I've fallen under a great deal of criticism from a lot of people, have written me saying that I did the wrong thing. But I want each and every one of you people out there in the viewing audience to sit down and search your soul and ask yourselves, if you were put in my position and offered the kind of money that I was offered, wouldn't you have done the same thing? That's all I got to say.
You be the judge.
Well, the assassin better figure out whether he's here to talk or here to wrestle.
All right, so we hear the assassin. He really doesn't have anything to say, but the bell rings during his promo. And Tony Torres, you can see him in the background talking to the referee back and forth. And finally, Tony's like, what the hell? The bell rang. We're going to go for this. And he goes to roll up the assassin. Sadly, that was not the finish. I would have given anything for that to be it. But sadly, it wasn't. And there was really nothing to this match. Assassin won first with a diving headbutt. Then he fell down with a headbutt for the win. Big Ernie Ladd is back for what honestly is his first official match since January against good old Larry Higgins, who, yes, Larry Higgins has returned. Apparently last week, no selling Orndorff's finish and getting slapped the crap out of him. He decided to just come back because why not, right? Ernie Ladd, by the way, yeah, I mean, yes, he did have the quote-unquote tag team match where he was originally supposed to team with the Assassin, but then with Mike Sharp against the Samoans. But it really wasn't even a match. Like, I think the bell rang, but it doesn't really matter because it was just a giant four-way brawl that never really led to anything. So in many ways, this is his first real match. He was a little stiff at times. It might be because he had a little bit of ring rust. I think it had a lot to do with him being the booker. I believe he was still the booker at the time. And he was basically telling Higgins, who's in charge here. And it sure as heck wasn't Larry Higgins. And Larry Higgins was, of course, smart enough to sell for Ernie and sold for days here. He still can't hit the ropes to save his life. And Ernie Ladd won with a big boot and leg drop. No, it wasn't Hulk Hogan. It was Ernie Ladd. Going back to the table here, Bill Watts is going to recap the Ted DiBiase, Paul Orndorff, Bob Roop situation.
Well, March 17th, 1982, I'm sure will live for a long time in the mind of Ted DiBiase, also in Paul Orndorff, because that was the day that Paul Orndorff was selected by Grizzly Smith as the #1 contender to wrestle Ted DiBiase for the North American title. However, Bob Roop and Paul Orndorff and Skandar Akbar kind of had a meeting of the minds, and they'd laid a trap for young Ted DiBiase, because I'll tell you why, bluntly, none of them could beat him. And then Bob Roop double-crossed his own crew, and at least in my opinion and the opinion of most people, had sabotaged Paul Orndorff's car, because he certainly, Boyd Pearson, when I looked at the films, knew when he was talking to you pretty well that Paul Orndorff wasn't going to be there. And then Bob Roop got that match and implemented the plan that he had with Akbar with the one-man gang, and Ted DiBiase lost the North American title and was off 6 weeks with stretched ligaments in his knee. Let's join the final moments of that once again, because I'm sure Ted DiBiase is going to remember it forever.
Now, they say the final moments, but they played the last 4 minutes of the match that we remember from then, when Bob Roop replaced Paul Orndorff, won the North American title from Ted DiBiase. DiBiase injured his knee in the process. And, so Bob Roop's still North American champion, obviously, because, this was a replay of stuff. I had to laugh because Bill said Ted is going to remember this forever. And maybe he does remember this angle. Was a pretty nifty little angle. However, I think Ted has more worries on his mind right now than that. And, if you want to hear more about Ted's worries, odds are he's not really discussing them, but he's allegedly starting a podcast with Conrad. Go listen to that. We come back, and Bill is back to recap it.
That event that just happened, had I been a guest commentator or any other wrestler, that's when you would really have to test yourself to be able to sit here and take it. And of course, again, even though it was on tape and it's perfectly visible, there's no way Mid-South can reverse a decision or change the outcome by a videotape replay, just as the National Football League cannot recall a touchdown or recall a penalty infraction. It just goes in the book as a win. But everybody saw what happened. Let's go to the ring right now, because Ted DiBiase is going to be able to tell Bob Roop in physical terms just how disappointed he was.
So Ted DiBiase is here now to tell Bob Roop just how disappointed he was by the fact that he lost the North American title last month. We have, we're talking about wrestling from 40 years ago, which is obviously dated to begin with. But, when Bill's talking about how they don't do instant replay in real sports without saying that, it's just hilarious because they don't overturn touchdowns. They don't overturn this. They don't overturn that. And I'm like, thankfully they do now. And it's like, and most of the time, thanks to instant replay, they get most of the calls right in the NFL these days. Of course, when they get one wrong, they get it wrong to an epic degree, but most of the time they get it done right these days. So we go to Ted DiBiase versus our North American heavyweight champion, Bob Roop. DiBiase used the hip toss, which, because Bill Watts couldn't remember the name, referred to it as a hip heist. And honestly, like most Bob Roop matches, he spent most of it selling and being thrown around the ring. DiBiase used a hammerlock, and then in a move you do not see very much, he stood up and he locked Roop's arm around his ankle and then fell backwards to really wrench at that hammerlock and that arm there. And I'll tell you what, that was a bit different. Match goes on with DiBiase shining. Over 4 minutes in, Roop finally gets in his most consistent offense. DiBiase made his comeback, but Roop tripped him up and slammed Ted's knee into the apron, which is the hardest part of the ring, as long as you ignore that the ring posts are made of metal. The ring apron is the hardest part. DiBiase makes his comeback. He hits a power slam for the win. And, didn't Mr. Wonderful just win his matches with a power slam just last week? I wrote that before looking at to see that Orndorff wasn't around anymore. So, well, nothing's going to come of that. Spoiler alert. After the match, because this was a non-title match, after the match, Roop was bragging that he was still the champion. So Ted picked him up and dropped him with Bob Roop's very own shoulder breaker, and then counted his own pin. So DiBiase, on his own accord, won the match twice here. We then go to a match that, is not terribly memorable, but I want everyone to remember this match and this angle in about 6 months. It is Dick Murdoch versus Hacksaw Duggan with General Skandar Akbar, and keeping in mind the story that Duggan is doing this because General Skandar Akbar paid him $1,000. That's all it took to buy Hacksaw Duggan's loyalty, was $1,000. Obviously, when you hear this, even if you don't have the highest opinion of Jim Duggan's work, obviously you can tell this was quite a hoss fight. And it was a tremendous hoss fight. If you enjoy two men clobbering one another, especially two big men, this is the match for you. And as I mentioned, it was set up 2 weeks ago when Murdoch came to the ring without his trunks on to wrestle Bob Roop. And then later on, he knocked out Akbar with his trenching tool. And at this point, we never saw the trenching tool before Killer Carl Cox showed up. Carl Cox lasts like 2 or 3 weeks. He disappears. But the stupid trenching tool is still here. And I would bet you $5 that this is the same trenching tool that Killer Carl Cox had with him before he left. Murdoch looked like he was about to kick. I'm sorry, Murdoch looked like he kicked Duggan in the groin, but it actually was an inner thigh shot. And if it wasn't, well, Duggan didn't sell it anyway. Murdoch went for a body slam, but Akbar tripped him up. that really didn't mean anything because Murdoch pretty much no-sold that and hit a brainbuster on Duggan. And then we get the screwy finish here. Instead of going for the pin, Murdoch went and got his trenching tool and chased Akbar around the ring. Eventually became a game of hot potato to see who would get the trenching tool because the referee had it, Duggan had it. Murdoch eventually got it back and hit Duggan in full view of the referee. Now, pop quiz time, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. So, Dick Murdoch took a foreign object and, in full view of the referee, in 1982, hit Jim Duggan with it. And what are we to believe? You know, everything made sense back in the day. They didn't, bastardize referees. They didn't, give you points to think and like, why? That doesn't make any sense. So, keeping that in mind, Dick Murdoch just hit Jim Duggan with his trenching tool, a foreign object. What did the referee do? Did he A, disqualify Dick Murdoch and award the victory to Hacksaw Jim Duggan? Or did he B, drop down and count the fall, giving the win to Dick Murdoch? Now, you could probably guess by the fact that I wouldn't just randomly come up with this, random circumstances for the heck of it. So as you could probably guess, the referee dropped down, counted 3, and allowed Dick Murdoch to win despite the use of a foreign object. Oh well, I guess, the referees can get bought off. I wonder if they cost less than $1,000. Because Jesus, for $1,000, Skandar Akbar got about 4 minutes of Jim Duggan. That's not a bad rate if you're Jim Duggan. I mean, what's that? $60,000 an hour? I'm sorry, I'm way off there. $15,000 an hour, which still a tremendous amount of money. But yeah, not everything was airtight back in 1982, and don't listen to anybody who tells you otherwise. We then start going into the standby matches. First up here, Louisiana champion Junkyard Dog teaming with Mississippi champion Mr. Olympia to do battle with Bruiser Bob Sweetan and Kelly Wayne. Kelly Wayne is better known as Nightmare Ken Wayne, and literally the first thing Boyd did was call him Ken Wayne. Now, here's where this gets a little funny here. The listed air date for this show is April 29th. But Bill Watts was talking about the record-setting attendance they just set on May 1st at the Superdome. Now, I'm not sure if they had an event in advance that, made it look like, that it might break the record that Michael Hayes and Junkyard Dog set in like 81 or no, 1980 actually. I think it was 28 or 29,000 people. So I'm not sure if they had an event in advance that made Watts think that they were going to break the record, but they did not break the record. They had 21,000 people, which is still tremendous when you think about, they just had WrestleMania last weekend. And who knows what the actual attendance was. WWE claimed 80,000, and if you believe that, I have a bridge to sell you. But even if you say 65,000, if you say 70,000, how many of those people are actually from LA and the surrounding area? 10,000 people, maybe 15,000. And, Mid-South Wrestling was able to put 21,000 locals into the Superdome. And I mean, for the most part, they did more than 20,000 on most of these Superdome shows, especially around this time. So and these are 99% people in New Orleans and the immediate surrounding area. Like, you might have some people driving in from, a little further out in the territory. But by and large, this was all locals that would come and fill up the Superdome. Well, not fill it up, but they would come into the Superdome in, these large numbers for these shows. So the reason for this tag team match is that Bruiser Bob Sweetan next week is going to be challenging Junkyard Dog for the Louisiana title. So this was considered a tune-up for him. However, let's say that Bob Sutan needs to beg off, as his team lost in a minute. They pinned Kelly Wayne after a thump by the dog and an elbow by Mr. Olympia. Up next, it is One Man Gang, General Skandor Akbar going one-on-one with Coco Samoa. They announced during this that next week, One Man Gang and the Assassin will team up to do battle with Big Ernie Ladd and Iron Mike Sharp in a big tag team match. And Ted DiBiase is going to be here as our guest commentator next week. I did note during this, Gang's tights were a little loose, so maybe he's losing some weight. Or he bought the wrong size singlet. Well, who knows? Anyway, this was just an out-and-out squash. It was a little bit, longer than your average squash, but it was just a squash. Samoa didn't get to do any of his moves that are, have been impressing people over the years, like his springboard moves and, what have you. He basically just went in there and got beaten up and beaten down by the one-man gang. It was here to get the gang over and did the trick. One-man gang picked up the win. Afterwards, Boyd Pierce spent 30 seconds explaining to us that, Mid-South Wrestling doesn't have a lot of talk. We are high in action. So we're not just going to, talk out the rest of the show. We're going to bring you more wrestling. And he just keeps talking and talking and talking about how they don't talk and talk and talk. I don't think he catches the irony in that situation. So then we got the final match of our day. It is the Grappler versus Buddy Landel. Boudreaux did not seem happy to be, quote-unquote, main eventing this week. And this is one of those things where, and who knows what people were doing 30, 40 years ago. But, nowadays, and especially like the last 10 years or so, everyone considers the last match the main event, when that's not always necessarily the case. The main event can be the last match, but a lot of times, especially in this day and age, the main event usually went on in the middle of the show, both on TV and on house shows. Go watch any of those tapes of WWF superstars pretty much until the Monday Night War, if not a little later, where, the main event, the main event of the match would be first or second on the show, because wrestling is real. And if it's, and if this sport is real, how can you put your main event match on, 56 minutes into a 1 hour show, knowing that it's going to end by the top of the hour? Dag nabbit, this is real. Plus, in a lot of house shows and live events, the main event will go on the middle of the card. So this way they go to intermission, come back and announce, hey, next month we're going to have this, and this. And the main event is this versus this, coming off of what you just saw 5 minutes ago. And so it gave the chance not just to do that, but also let you know, hey, tickets are going to be on sale when this show ends. Go buy them. And, but you wouldn't say, like in this case, Buddy Landel and the Grappler may have gone on last, but it's not the main event. And, people really need to realize that just because something goes last doesn't necessarily make it the main event. WrestleMania 23, the main event was not John Cena versus Shawn Michaels. That match went on last. The main event was Bobby Lashley and Umaga in the Vince McMahon hair match. But that didn't go on last. The Cena match went on last. But, sometimes people need a smack upside the head and some common sense talked into them. And maybe that's what I'm here to do today. Maybe I'm here to give you a little bit of common sense. Maybe. Anyway, Grappler versus Buddy Landel. As we talked about when the Grappler's been on, he has a doctor's certificate that says he's allowed to wear his loaded boot. And personally, I would love to see that doctor's note. My good friend Aubrey Edwards a few weeks ago on Dynamite ripped up Stokely Hathaway's note when he tried to get out of his match with Hook. So she wouldn't put up with these shenanigans. And, Grappler, either way, Grappler ended up using his loaded boot because you don't need you to win an enhancement match. But he did win with a reverse neckbreaker. Bill and Boyd wrap things up, and that does it for this week. So while we were on the subject of the Superdome, I decided to look up the results of the Superdome show from May 1st, 1982. Jesse Barr drew Buddy Landell. It took him 15 minutes to draw him. I don't know what the heck he was doing. I mean, although, if you're a bad artist like me, it'd probably take you about 2 minutes to draw Buddy Landell. I don't know how long it would take to draw him, if you knew what you were doing. Oh well. Iron Mike Sharp defeated Ron Cheatham. The Grappler beat Coco Samoa. Ted DiBiase beat Tully Blanchard. Ernie Ladd beat the Assassin by count out. One Man Gang and Harley Race beat Andre the Giant and Dick Murdoch by disqualification. Bob Roop defeated Paul Orndorff in a tape fist match. And in the main event, Junkyard Dog and Mr. Olympia defeated Alpha and Sika in a non-title lights out match. So that's what brought 21,000 people to the New Orleans Superdome on May 1st, 1982. So we are on the road to the next Superdome show that we'll start talking about next week. So that's going to do things from here. We're not going to have a weird news segment because, we spent that time here earlier. I do want to once again thank Ben Hooper for being on the show. Please check out UPI.com. Please check out the Odd News Minute podcast. But otherwise, thank you all for listening, and we'll talk to you again next week. Welcome to episode number 036 of Something Else with Aria and Not KJ. My name is Aria, joined as always by no one, not even KJ, our original co-host, just me. And I want to welcome back anybody who checked us out last week for the first time. And thank you all for joining us again. And today we're going to talk about Mid-South Wrestling from May 6th, 1982. We're going to get some weird news of the week here at the end, and we'll talk about something else here in just a minute. But first of all, just a quick rundown of everything we normally talk about at the beginning. You can always check us out. If you don't like where you're listening to us, that's fine. We have options. We are available on tinyurl.com/somethingelsepod. We're available at angrymarks.com. Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Castbox, Overcast, Pod Paradise, Castro, Podbay.fm, Radio Public, and Pocket Cast. And as I tell you every single week, yes, these are all real places. So please subscribe to us. Please leave us a 5-star review because that helps bump us up, when giving suggestions of podcasts to other places. That'll help us out. And just a reminder, starting next Friday, April 28th, we are going to be debuting the Smoky Mountain Re-Watch Along project, where every week I will be doing a watch along of Smoky Mountain Wrestling starting in February of 1992. And it's so far, I've recorded about 10 episodes, I believe. And so far, they've actually all been pretty fun, and I really think y'all are going to enjoy it. Now, to get that show, you do not have to do anything extra. Now, they will not be available on angrymarks.com. However, if you subscribe to us or listen to us on any other platform, you will continue to receive not just this, our primary Something Else program, but also the Smoky Mountain Re-Watch Along project when that drops on April 28th. Before we get to Mid-South Wrestling from May 6, 1982, from the Irish McNeil Boys Club in Shreveport, Louisiana, can I just take time out of the day to say a giant fuck you to the state of Missouri? So, for those of you who are not paying attention to the news, and if you aren't, I greatly envy you. And if you don't want to hear this, you might want to fast forward about 5 minutes, maybe not even that long. But as we've gone over in the past month or two, a lot of states, specifically the ones in the mid to deep south of the United States, are currently on a rampage to not just ban, drag queens, but also to end all transgender medical care. And, they tried to originally say, oh, it's just for children, but they're trying to push through bills to, eliminate it for everybody entirely. It's completely ridiculous. And we talked about that before. And one of the reasons that proponents of this always point to is that transgender people are just grooming children. You can guess what they're insinuating by saying that we're grooming children, but, that we're trying to, groom all these children and yada, 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 yada. Now, the state of Missouri is one of the states that are trying to push this shit through. And this past week or the week before, they have introduced a bill into Congress to try to lower the age that someone could be married. And it's currently 16 years old in the state of Missouri, which is bad enough. But they're trying to lower it to 12 years old. That's right. These grown adults in the state of Missouri are trying to make it legal for other grown ass adults to marry a 12-year-old child. There is no amount of defending that, no matter what. And one representative is trying to say that, he knows 12-year-olds who've been married and they never get divorced. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. Like, literally, if you've ever wanted to sit here and count the pedophiles in the state of Missouri, I would start with that guy, because I would say anybody who is trying to push through a bill so you can marry small children, they're not doing it altruistically. This isn't it. I cannot, while I'm sure it would technically be, I'm sure it would be allowed, they are not coming out with this bill so a 12-year-old could marry another 12-year-old. Let's be perfectly fucking honest with that. They're making this bill so grown-ass adults can legally marry children, and then, use your imagination as to what then would happen from there. And every so often you'll hear on the news some sweet story about like a child is dying of cancer, or actually not even a child is dying of cancer. A father is dying of cancer. They do some sort of BS wedding ceremony with their child, so the dad can walk the child down the aisle or something. This isn't shit like that. This is legitimately, they're trying to set it up to make it legal for them to, I'll say it, for them to legally have sex with children and write it in a way that, oh, I'm married to that person. So it's perfectly legal. And again, they can't even appreciate, the irony in these statements, that transgender people are grooming children and all this shit, and at the same time setting things up for adults to groom children to be married to them and everything that comes along with that. So a giant fuck off to Missouri, and God knows what's going to happen in the next 7 days, because it feels like at least once a week there's some crazy ass stupid thing happening that you're like, how's that? Like, how the hell did this happen? But as I tell other people when they get really, really pissed off, we're going to take a big, deep breath right now. And we're going to breathe in, we're going to breathe out. And we're going to go to the voice of Mid-South Wrestling, Boyd Pierce, to kick off this week's show from the Irish Miguel Boys Club in Shreveport, Louisiana. Again, this is Mid-South Wrestling from May 6th, 1982.
Welcome to another week of Mid-South Wrestling Television Network. I'm your host, Boyd Pierce, and Grizzly Smith with another outstanding card. It'll be headlined with the Louisiana Heavyweight Championship on the line. The Junkyard Dog defending his coveted belt against the challenge of Bruiser Bob Sweetan. Tag team action sees the Big Cat Ernie Ladd team up with Iron Mike Sharp against 454-pound one-man gang and his partner, the Masked Assassin. So a lot of action coming up. We have with us, and we want to welcome to him at this time, the former North American Heavyweight Champion, a good friend of mine and all you people on Mid-South Wrestling, Ted DiBiase. And Ted, I want to congratulate you on that non-title victory last week over Bob Roop, and I know that it was not only a psychological, but it was a physical and emotional victory, and I was pulling for you all the way. I just want to know, and the fans want to know, how's the leg holding up?
Well, boy, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to be back with Mid-South Wrestling. And the leg physically is coming along fine, but along with the physical improvement on the leg, the psychological factor is that when you've had an injury like that and when you've recovered from it psychologically, you're not sure yourself, you're not sure that you want to test the leg, and the best way to test it is go ahead and get out there and get in the ring with somebody that's accomplished, somebody that is going to give you a hard time. And when you get into the heat of the battle, you have to forget about the injury and you just have to go full speed ahead. And last week, just like you said, it was a great victory for me because I proved to myself and everybody that the leg is healed, and the victory over Bob Roop was sure one that I treasured.
I know you'll be going for the title again in a sanctified challenge title match. Right now, since you've been gone, the Skandar Akbar has continued as general of his army. He's brought in another mercenary in the form of Hacksaw Duggan. Last week he met Captain Redneck Dick Murdoch. And let's just join the final moments of that match and see what happened.
All right, so Boyd Pierce, for those who don't watch these shows along with us, Boyd Pierce, who is the king of, we'll say, the king of colorful jackets on this show. He's this week he's wearing a yellow sports coat that's covered in purple flowers and a matching necktie and a purple shirt that's the same color purple as the flowers on his coat and tie. It just looks tremendous. And he's joining us this week is Boyd's good friend and, of course, our good friend across Mid-South, Ted DiBiase. Ted says his leg is coming along just fine. You heard him say it. He wasn't sure if it was ready to be tested, but sometimes you just have to go ahead and do it like he did last week against Bob Roop. Boyd said that Ted will be getting a sanctified title match at some point. I'm not sure what the difference between a sanctified title match and a sanctioned title match is. But then Boyd sends it to a video package, or not a video package, but a video replay of the finish of the match between Dick Murdoch and Hacksaw Duggan from last week. They show that, and we'll bring it back with Boyd. He's going to recap that.
DiBiase, we saw what happened, and a lot of times it doesn't work out this way. A person is injured, and they never come back to face the man that caused it all. But the tide may be turning for General Skandar Akbar. You have returned. Ernie Ladd has returned. Dick Murdoch is back. All of them out with injuries, with responsibility as General Skandar Akbar behind it all. So the tide may be turning for Akbar. Right now, we have Dick Murdoch versus Larry Higgins. Here's the introduction of the first match in Reeser Bout.
All right, so sanctified, it means set apart as or declared holy. So does that mean Ted's title match is going to be a holy event? Oh boy, if hell was actually a thing, this is probably somewhere where I would be going. But then we get our first match. It is Dickie Murdoch one-on-one with our favorite enhancement talent, Hacksaw Larry Higgins. So if you recall, the last time Dick Murdoch was here, he came out in just his tidy whities, and he stood at ringside and put his tights on. Well, actually, no, that was not the last time. Last time was last week against Duggan. 3 weeks ago when he wrestled Roop, he did that. I can confirm that he has apparently learned his lesson, and he is here. He's already wearing his tights when he comes down to the ring. So good for him. We're really happy with Dick Murdoch. He knows when the right time is to put his gear on, and when the right time is to, already have it on. I guess is what I'm trying to say here. And Ted tells us that we can call Dick Murdoch a lot of things, but you have to call him Double Tough. And since Ted promised to cut me in on some of that state of Mississippi welfare money that he stole, I will do as asked and call Dick Murdoch Double Tough. Higgins didn't look terribly awful. This is, of course, the same Larry Higgins that got on Paul Orndorff's bad side in what was, as to the best of my knowledge, Paul Orndorff's last match in Mid-South, his last televised match anyway. However, this time it didn't look too bad because, by and large, Murdoch didn't let him do anything that would expose the business. And, well, he almost didn't let him do anything that exposed the business. Because for some reason, everyone has decided, I guess practice makes perfect, we got to send Larry Higgins off the ropes. And it looked bad again. I would say it's getting a little better. In fact, I mean, it probably is getting a little bit better, but a man of that size, like, he should be hitting the ropes, like really hitting them. And yes, the first time I hit the ropes, I was tentative and probably didn't make as big of an indent as I was thinking, but I learned very quickly that just run into the ropes. They're going to bounce you back. That's what they're there for. But he, quote unquote, came off the ropes and got backdropped by Murdoch, and Murdoch pinned him with an elbow drop. I do want to point out, and this will be I really only need to say this once, although I'll say it a second time later on, but Ted DiBiase is a great promo. A lot of people remember the $1 Million Man and his loud, booming laugh. And they might even remember Ted doing commentary in the WWF and WCW with varying degrees of success. But I will tell you that no matter how bad you thought that he was, say, watch that NWO Sold Out pay-per-view, how bad you thought he is so much worse in 1982 doing commentary. He just sounds bored out of his friggin' mind. He doesn't have anything to say. And we just get long periods of silence during matches to the point, and we'll get to this later, to the point where Boyd Pierce has to save the show, or at least save the commentary side of the show. North American champion Bob Roop was out next to take on our good friend Buddy Landel. He's not my good friend, but he was someone's good friend, I'm sure. Roop looked extra cocky this week, and Landel was rocking the sparkly ring jacket that he usually has with him. DiBiase states that he wants not just revenge on Roop, but also to get the title. As always, Roop makes his opponent look like $1 million, but at least in this case, he's doing it to the point where you wonder how this man can be champion. Because how many times have we seen Bob Roop where if he has a 3-minute match, he is selling for 2 minutes 55 seconds of that match, and he just looks like a enhancement talent with the title belt. But that's not what happened here. He did put over Landel, but he kept himself strong in the process. And this is where I note that there are long stretches of silence during the commentary. There has to be a good middle ground between Bill Watts, who doesn't shut up for an hour, and the dull, monotonous Ted DiBiase who doesn't say anything. And of course, as soon as I said that, DiBiase announces that Roop will take advantage of you, quote unquote, in every way imaginable. Okay, I don't know, is Bob Roop still alive? Maybe we need to give him a call, get him on the show, and see if what ways imaginable does he take advantage of people. Let me see here. Yep, according to the always reliable Wikipedia, Bob Roop is still alive. I actually once actually yeah, it was said he was 75, born in 42, but then I refreshed the page and suddenly he aged 5 years and is 80 years old. So good for Bob Roop. He's still alive. Maybe we can get him on the show and ask in what ways does he take advantage of people. They were telling the story here that Roop was trying to prove a point to DiBiase and may have been playing for too long with Landell. Buddy made his comeback and went for a cradle, but Roop ducked as they ran into the ropes, and Boudreaux went rope first into the top rope, and Roop then won with a flying knee. Mississippi champion Mr. Olympia is out next to go one-on-one with Kelly Wayne. And I'm going to play some audio here where Ted DiBiase's just talking like this, and Boyd Pierce feels like he needs to save the show.
That's coming up next, Ed.
That's right, Boyd, and you can bet I'm going to be watching that very carefully, especially the one-on-one.
There you see the speed and agility of the Mississippi champion, Mr. Olympia.
Big, high in the air, on his back, boys. Coming out on the floor, boys. So I'm going to come out here and think about this for a while.
You know you're being too dull and monotonous when Boyd Pierce has to basically shake some emotion out of you, and DiBiase got the hint, and he, woke up there for a second, and he came alive. The hills were alive with the sound of music, and Ted DiBiase was alive with the sounds of his commentary here. So we have our little match going on here. And like I said, it is Mississippi State champion Mr. Olympia one-on-one with Kelly Wayne. Kelly Wayne, known a lot better by Ken Wayne, and they're not even pretending. The only people who call him Kelly Wayne are Reeser Bowden, because Ted and Boyd just call him Ken the whole time. Kelly Wayne's facial expressions are almost comical. You kind of have to look at it to see what I'm talking about, but it's like he emotes a lot during his matches here, and I don't mean that in a bad way. Just that if you're watching Kelly Wayne wrestle, you are not doubting how he feels at any given time. Olympia controls most of the match and wins with a sleeper. And Olympia does. If you've ever watched mid-'80s wrestling, I don't remember if I ever saw Bruce P. do this. I'm sure he did. But anytime somebody won with a sleeper hold, they educated the audience that the professional thing to do, the sportsmanlike thing to do to wake up the person that you just put to sleep is to sit them up and slap them in the back of the head. Things like this that you could not get away with in 2023, and that's not a bad thing for once. But it's the long acknowledged thing that you do. You put someone to sleep, you sit them up, and you slap them in the back of the head, and that wakes them up. In this case, Mr. Olympia sat him up and dropped a giant forearm across the back and neck of poor Kelly Wayne. Then we got our big tag team match. It was the one-man gang and the assassin with General Skandor Akbar versus the Big Cat Ernie Ladd and Iron Mike Sharp. The match starts with a wild four-way brawl with the baby faces getting the best of it and the heels bailing to the outside. Ladd and gang were squaring off. Now, Ernie Ladd, they've always billed as 6'9", and they build a one-man gang at 6'8". One-man gang is not 1 inch shorter than Ladd. He's probably 6'4" or so. And so you would think if you see the two of them squaring off, you're going to expose pretty quickly that one-man gang is not as tall as they say is. So Ernie Ladd, what he did was he spread his legs a little bit and he bent his knees a little bit. So if you weren't paying super close attention to that, you'd look over and say, hey, look, Gang is almost as tall as Ernie Ladd. So it sounds right to say that he's 6'8". Sharp used a bear hug on the assassin. Ladd tagged in and used a big boot and the Great Khali hanging tree slam. Why are all these wrestlers from WWE learning their big moves from watching Ernie Ladd matches? Last time we had Ladd hitting the big boot and leg drop, and now he's using the Great Khali tree slam. Ladd kept trying to give Gang a snapmare at one point, and I'm not sure if Gang just was messing it up and not going over or not, but they were selling it like Gang was blocking it. The heels eventually took over with a Gang knee to Sharp. Assassin slapped on the Boston Crab, and Gang dropped an elbow on Sharp. Ladd got in the ring and broke out into a four-way brawl. And we're going to play the audio of the finish. So it's going to pick up just before Assassin goes to slap on the Boston Crab. And it's going to start with Ted DiBiase's commentary. And we'll get into all this and how even though what happens may not be the most logical thing to happen, it does make sense in the grand scheme of things, which is something that you're not going to see if you see on Raw. If you see something similar happen on Raw tomorrow night, they're not going to have the logic behind it. But let's play that here, and I'll be right back.
Referee trying to restore a little order. Assassin putting Mike Sharp in that Boston Crab. That's a very painful hold. One-man Gang coming in right there, boy. Now I can't stand to see that. The man deliberately trying to hurt him. I can't stand to see that. That's what I mean, Boyd. I can't stand to see this go on. Deliberately trying to injure the man. Not trying to just beat him, but trying to deliberately injure him. Ernie Ladd in there taking a fight again. He's got them both. What? I can't stand it, Boyd. I can't. He's trying to turn him over. I can't. I'm not going to stand by him.
Hit him! And he's gone from our table. Ted DiBiase jumped in the speed of light. He couldn't handle it. Referee Jack Howe called for the bell, but Bedlam was all broke loose in the ring. There goes the one-man Gang, and Akbar's gone, thrown by DiBiase. Ernie Ladd as Mike Sharp is out of action on the far side. The assassin is out. Ted DiBiase couldn't stand it any longer. He was gone. I couldn't stop him. I wouldn't want to. I understand. He may have repercussions from President Charlie Lay, but ladies and gentlemen, he done it. He had to do it. And we'll be back. Disqualification was called, as you see our referee Jack Howe coming over and giving the official. What is it, Jack?
Disqualified Ernie Ladd because of the interference of Ted DiBiase.
Disqualification of Ladd and Sharp, the interference of Ted DiBiase. We'll be back after this word from Mid-South Wrestling.
So, if we were to just write this down on paper, that during a fair fight between two teams of two, and it's important to note, Skandor Akbar did not interfere here. Maybe he meant to at some point, but either way, Akbar was clean the whole thing. So you have a fair fight between two baby faces and two heels, and a baby face gets so upset by this fair fight that he has to run in and make it an unfair fight. So what makes this make sense and doesn't make this to be a Vince Russo type book dangle? Actually, Vince Russo's booking, the heels would be overcoming the 3-on-2 disadvantage, and the announcers would be crying about how they're taking advantage of the numbers game. That would be a Vince Russo show. However, here in Mid-South, we're making a bit of sense here, folks. Back here in 1982, not everything's perfect, but things are still pretty good right now. But anyway, so the point is, the assassin and one-man Gang have stopped trying to cleanly win this match. Have stopped trying to win a fair athletic match to determine who the better tag team was, and instead they're out there intentionally trying to injure Iron Mike Sharp. And they're doing this with the Boston Crab, which is a legitimately painful move. And One Man Gang, who's 400 something pounds, dropping an elbow on Mike Sharp. You know, we've long since passed the point of sportsmanship. And Ted DiBiase just was out for 6 weeks with a knee injury. That was caused by the One Man Gang. When the gang slammed his knee into the ring post during his title match with Roop that time. After all that, then DiBiase, he can't take it anymore. He is out for blood, and he goes running in. He assaults the One Man Gang. He attacks the assassin. The heels go running. And yes, for once, the referees made the appropriate decision in a match on one of these shows where One Man Gang and the assassin win by disqualification thanks to outside interference. And now, though, what are the consequences of for Ted DiBiase? For new listeners, the rules of Mid-South Wrestling are the guest commentators allowed to come out, and they're allowed to give their thoughts and opinions on the matches. But the big thing that they're not allowed to do is they're not allowed, no matter what is happening, they're not allowed to get up and go to the ring and attack the wrestlers. They're not allowed to get involved in the action. And we saw it happen with Dusty Rhodes a few months ago, where he got up and he became part of the action. He got fined $2,500. He got a suspension, and we haven't seen him since then. So what's going to happen to Ted DiBiase? Theoretically, in a perfect world, in a fair world, everything that just happened to Dusty Rhodes is about to happen to Ted DiBiase. However, you might notice that if Ted DiBiase is gone as a guest commentator, Boyd Pierce is going to be by himself. Or is he?
Well, Boyd Pierce, since you obviously lost the commentator, Ted DiBiase disqualified himself from being a commentator, actually probably from being a wrestler. I think it'd be suitable to let the North American champion be out here to commentate on a few matches. I never run in anybody's matches, so I can sit out here, make some appropriate comments, and comment on the matches without having to worry about interfering. I'm sure one of Charlie Lay's, the new president, I'm sure one of his first moves is going to be, in fact, I'm going to call him right after this program and recommend that he fine Ted DiBiase at least $2,500, like Dusty Rhodes. Remember Dusty Rhodes? $2,500. In this case, it probably should be $5,000. And Boyd, since you were right here and you saw it all, I expect you to corroborate it. When Charlie Lay calls you, I expect you to say, yes, Mr. Lay, I saw him do it. Just like Bob Roop says, he should be fined, perhaps suspended, whatever.
I'm going to collaborate you. I'm going to tell you something right now. You brought yourself out here. I'm the host of this program. I did not invite you. Ted DiBiase done what he had to do in his heart, and I'm not seconding anything, whatever you say to Charlie Lay. And if you want to stay out here, you brought yourself here. You'll direct your comments to this match, and you'll not use it as a sounding board to promote yourself as North American Heavyweight Champion. We're going to the ring for the introduction of this match. If you want to stay under those stipulations.
I would never do that, mister. I would never do that, Boyd. I'd never do that. I'll just comment on the match.
Boyd Pierce shows more backbone than any announcer you've seen on pro wrestling, probably since whenever JR got tired of being beaten down and put down in WWE. So you're looking at least 15 years will be the last time you could say that an announcer stood up for themselves like this. And, Boyd is just fantastic. And you can look at it, it's a shoot. He's sitting here. He's, he's the host of the show. He's the constant. Every week, Boyd Pierce is here on this show, and he may have a different guest commentator every week, but Boyd Pierce is always the guy in the seat, and he helps set the rules of that seat. You're not going to sit here and use it as a sounding board to promote yourself. You're here to talk about the wrestling. You're here to get the guys over in the ring. He doesn't say that, but you know what I mean. This isn't a 42-minute, open mic night for the North American champion to talk about how great the North American champion is. And Roop says he wants DiBiase to be fined $5,000. He says that, when they talked to Charlie Lay, the new president of Mid-South Wrestling, that, he wants Boyd Pierce to corroborate with him everything that happened. And that, of course, is when Boyd went off on him because, he is a fine, upstanding babyface announcer. He's also a fair man, but he's not going to sit here and, do something to favor Bob Roop at all. So we go back to the ring for our next match. It is our big main event match of the week. It is Louisiana champion Junkyard Dog versus Bruiser Bob Sweetan. You might remember last week, these two are part of a tag team match that was listed as a preview of this title match that Junkyard Dog won in like a minute. By the way, Bob Roop was talking all over Reese's introduction, and he's basically, we're talking about DiBiase's poor commentary early today, and I know a lot of people aren't fans of Bob Roop, and you can go on message boards, you can listen to other podcasts. A lot of people don't find Bob Roop very interesting, but I'll tell you what, I've always liked Bob Roop, but I don't think anybody can honestly say Bob Roop wasn't a better choice to finish out the show than DiBiase, because man, oh man, that was getting bad. That was putting people to sleep the first half of this show. So Sweetan used what was called a head leverage, which is Bob Roop speak for a front chancery. Dog got out of it and used a running football tackle to send Sweetan to the apron. Sweetan used legal karate on Dog, which caused him to run into the referee. Sweetan ascended to the ropes. He dove off the top with a big crossbody block, but Dog catches him out of midair, drops him with a power slam for the 1, the 2, and yes, ladies and gentlemen, the 3, and Junkyard Dog remains your Louisiana State Champion. It's time for the standby matches. We've had our main event. It's time for Ron Cheatham versus Rick Ferrara. Ferrara used a suplex that he barely got Cheatham higher than if he just gave him a lifting DDT. Roop does a fine job putting over the matches here, in addition to himself, but he points out that, he watches some of the other wrestling from other territories and how their Mid-South standby matches, in a lot of cases, are better than other promotions' main events. And this is at the same time when we're getting into the 5th year of the Bob Backlund title reign. And honestly, I don't know who the AWA champion was, but probably, Nick Bockwinkel. Might have been Gagne at the time. Who knows? But it's like, he's here. He's putting over the great talent that Mid-South has. And it gets funny here, and I kind of wish Boyd and Roop had been around for the entire show, because these two they're a fun little team of announcers. Boyd is constantly telling Roop not to use this as a sounding board, and Roop will respond, of course, Boyd, I would never do that. Rick Ferrara and Ron Cheatham here, they're punching each other, and unlike Ted DiBiase, I wouldn't run in, I wouldn't interfere and get fined $2,500. No siree. And it's just tremendous. I didn't even write down the finish. Not that it really matters. One of them won. I think Rick Ferrara won. It doesn't matter. But we got some audio here. What goes on here at the end, and it'll lead to our next interview segment here after the break.
Bob Roop, before you say anything else, you came on the scene hurriedly and you was not invited. You're not my guest commentator, so I'm going to have to ask you to leave, and I'm going to leave with you and go to the dressing room and try to get Ted DiBiase to come back to where he should have been in the first place. Thank you so much for your expert
He's going to be fine. Ted DiBiase never run in my match. Never run into my match.
By the way, Ron Cheatham, I'm sorry, not Ron Cheatham, Rick Ferrara won that match with a small package. So Boyd, and this is something you don't do all the time, during the commercial break, Boyd is going to go to the back, and he's going to bring back Ted DiBiase himself to come out and explain to the fine people what happened. And after commercial, that's what we got.
We promised we'd try to get Ted DiBiase. Ted, we promised the fans what happened to you became emotional. This is an emotional sport. Tell us about it.
Boyd, I know I did wrong. I know I broke one of the cardinal rules of Mid-South Wrestling by interfering in that match. But I spent 6 weeks with an injury recovering from the same people trying to cripple me. It hit too close to home. I could not sit by and watch them cripple somebody else. If Mid-South sees fit to stick the fine on me, I'm not a wealthy man. I'm not taking it lightly, but I'll pay the fine. I apologize to you. I apologize to the fans in the Mid-South for breaking the rule, but I am not going to apologize for my actions. From now on, I want it to be known that I'm going to have, if I got to do like Dick Murdoch and use an entrenching tool or walk tall and carry a stick, I am going to be the aggressor. I'm not going to sit by anymore and get hurt and watch other people get hurt.
Thank you, Ted. I'm just the host. I don't judge people. That'll be up to Charlie Lay and the board of directors from Mid-South right now. There's action in the ring. Let's go for the introduction.
Boyd does not judge people, except when he talks about their heinous actions here, their heinous actions there. But Boyd, stand-up guy. He would never judge you at all. And so we go to our final match of the day. It is the Grappler and Hacksaw Duggan versus Coco Samoa and Jesse Barr. And now we have Boyd doing solo commentary. So we've had 3 announced teams here on the show. We had Boyd and Ted DiBiase, Boyd and Bob Roop, and now Boyd by himself. And to give you the rankings, it would be Boyd and Bob Roop by far is the number 1 team. Boyd by himself was number 2, but then again, we only had him for 3 minutes. Imagine if we had him for 20, like we did with DiBiase. And then Boyd and Ted DiBiase far down the list at the worst announced team of the show. So next week, Paul Orndorff and the Samoans will both be here. I'm fairly certain, because I went through everything on the Pro Wrestling Database last week here on the air, that Orndorff isn't wrestling, but I guess we'll find out. Duggan at one point picks up Barr in a slam position and runs him into the turnbuckles. We break down into a 4-way, and that's how the match and the show ends, coming into a grueling 3-minute time limit draw. And by the way, I didn't mention this, I didn't make a note of it, but I just remembered while watching the show originally, or watching the show an hour ago before I started doing the show. They mention about standby matches now, because I'm sure there's some of y'all thinking, especially when you watch Raw or SmackDown these days, and I think this is one of the reasons that KJ didn't really like this, because you keep ending all these shows with these nothing happening 2-minute time limit draw matches featuring the Ron Cheatham's and Jesse Bars of the world. And what they end up pointing out is, like, these shows are full of title matches, they're full of main events, and they want to give you the most amount of time. They want to give these guys all the time in the world to have a match, especially a championship match. They don't want to be, Mid-South Wrestling doesn't want to be the show that you only have 5 minutes to do a main event world title match. They'd rather put your main event on, 20 minutes into the show. So this way, these guys have half an hour, 40 minutes. If they needed to have this long, drawn-out title match, they got the time to do it here. And I'd rather do that than put Ron Cheatham on in the middle of the card and have him take up 10 minutes of airtime that the Louisiana title match doesn't get to have now. And so it makes as much sense as anything else, and it actually makes more sense than others, even though in this day and age where we're more concerned about, the television rating than anything, like, honestly, can you imagine Raw's rating if, like, the last 30 minutes of a 3-hour show was just standby matches? Like, picture whatever they put on main event, and that's the last 30 minutes of Raw, because, they put their main event on at 10:15 to make sure they have enough time. I imagine the turnout factor would be quite strong here. And so that does it for Mid-South. We'll, of course, see what happens next week when we go back to Shreveport, Louisiana. But for now, let's go to our other favorite segment of the week. It is Weird News of the Week. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, that is Weird News of the Week presented by Nobody. Nobody, the company that sponsors nothing. And for that, and I'm sure y'all will all be shocked to hear this, we go to UPI.com for an article by our good friend Ben Hooper. Escaped emu leads police on 20-mile chase through Tennessee town. An escaped emu led Tennessee police on a chase through town, and the bird escaped again the following day. Harry McKinney, whose family keeps 2 emus named Mimu and Mimi at their Roane County home, said Mimu was spooked by logging near the home on Wednesday and jumped over the property's 7-foot fence. McKinney turned to social media for help, and the Harriman residents soon started sending him videos of the large Australian bird taking a tour of the town with police in hot pursuit. Stephen McDaniel posted a video to YouTube showing Mimu strutting down the middle of the road with 3 Harriman police cars following close behind. He estimated the slow speed chase was moving at about 20 miles per hour. McKinney said police managed to surround Mimu near the city's downtown, and he rushed to the scene to bring the flightless bird home. He said police told him they clocked Mimu running at a top speed of 40 miles per hour during their 20-mile chase. McKinney said the saga appeared to be at the end, but Mimu managed to jump over the fence again Thursday morning, despite the height being increased. He said his wife was able to capture Mimu after about an hour. The couple said the height of the fences in their property has now been increased to 9 feet to help curb Mimu's wanderlust. Who doesn't love a fun, news story about an emu escaping somebody's house? And it's like, also, who has an emu as a pet? Like, I love it, but who on earth keeps, like, even though I guess you'd be allowed because that'd be a different story, but are you allowed to keep an emu as a pet? I wouldn't even have thought that. I thought, emus were just there to sell insurance or something. But apparently they're not just there for insurance. They're also there to be your personal pet. And could you imagine, like, if you're just walking down the street and all of a sudden you see a freaking emu being chased by police, an emu going 40 miles per hour, Oh, lordy, 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 lordy. And all right, so that's going to do it for this week's show. I want to thank again everybody for listening. I hope you all enjoyed the show. Make sure to subscribe, make sure to give us a 5-star review, and keep an eye out. April 28th, the Smoky Mountain Wrestling Watch Along Project is coming. And until that point, we will see you again next week. Hi there, hello, and welcome to episode number 037 of Something Else with Arya, not KJ. My name is Arya, joined as always by not KJ, and also not joined this week by our entrance music, our theme song, the Chevy Silverado theme song as we coined it back in August. No biggie, just having an issue with the media player. Oh well, life goes on. But we're here this week, and this is going to be kind of a weird episode because as things stand right now, and I'm recording this on Sunday night, as I usually do, as things stand right now, it is currently scheduled to drop tomorrow, Monday night at around 6 o'clock, like usual. However, it may get delayed. You may be listening to this a week from now. It could be, what would that be, May 1st? You could be listening to this on April 25th or 26th. Right now, there are things in the air. I might be having a guest in the next couple of days. If so, we're going to wedge that in here, whether it's just going to be part of this show, in which case you're not going to hear this because I'm going to re-record the intro, hopefully with entrance music that time. But if you are hearing this, that means that either A, the guest fell through, or B, there is another show with the guest either coming out in the next day or two or last week, depending on when you're listening to me. But speaking of things that are definitely happening at a definite day this week, Friday, it is the debut of the Smoky Mountain Wrestling Rewatch Along project. It is where I do a weekly watch along of Smoky Mountain Wrestling beginning in February 1992. So join us every week, every Friday, as I discuss Mid-South Wrestling. I'm sorry, I've already discussed Mid-South Wrestling. Join me every week as we discuss Smoky Mountain Wrestling and the antics of Bob Armstrong, Jim Cornette, Paul Orndorff, Primetime Brian Lee, Tim Horner, and so many more. That's every single Friday on the Something Else Podcasting Network. You can listen to us in all the same locations, except as of right now, except angrymarks.com. So that would be tinyurl.com/somethingelsepod, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Podbean, Castbox, Overcast, Pod Paradise, Castro, Podbay.fm, Radio Public, and Pocket Cast. Not only are these all real places, but I have seen the numbers. People are listening to us on these, let's call them alternate places or alternative places, because I'll be honest, before I got going with this, I had no idea that half of those existed. So thank you to whomever out there is listening. Please continue to listen. Please subscribe to us. Leave us a 5-star review, because, if you do, then we get propped up, and you might be able to see our podcast, or more people will be able to see our podcast. And yeah, that'd be great. So let's dive into things. We're talking this week about Mid-South Wrestling from May 13th, 1982, 4 years to the day before my brother is born, from the Irish McNeil Boys Club in Shreveport, Louisiana. Let's go to the intro here with Boyd Pierce and Bill Watts.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to this week's edition of Mid-South Wrestling Television Network. I'm your host, Boyd Pierce, and we have a tremendous card. You'll see the Mississippi heavyweight champion, Mr. Olympia, take on 454-pound one-man gang. Also, the Captain Redneck is here, Dick Murdoch. He'll be going in against Rugged Kim Duck in a bounty match. Tag team action sees Ted DiBiase join forces with the Big Cat Ernie Ladd against the Masked Assassin and Bob Roop. There'll be other great matches on the card. Our guest commentator this week, the Oklahoma Stampeder, Bill Watts. Bill, before I turn the microphone over to you, last week you wasn't here. Lots of things happened. My guest commentator was Ted DiBiase. He was baited, and he just couldn't resist the temptation. And like Dusty Rhodes a few months ago, he left the table and entered into it. Therefore, he was fined by Mid-South Wrestling $2,500. We'll be showing the fans later on in this week's program that incident, but right now I just want to tell you about it before I turn it over to you.
Well, certainly, Boyd and I watched that film, and actually Ted DiBiase wasn't even baited like Dusty Rhodes had been. I think it's just that he was so emotionally involved because of them trying to re-injure Ernie Ladd, and DiBiase had been injured at their hands himself. But we also have some good news. The good news is May the 5th in Jackson, Mississippi, the Junkyard Dog and Mr. Olympia won the Mid-South Tag Team titles. They beat Skandar Akbar's Alpha and Sika, the Samoans, in that match, and they are now the Mid-South Tag Team champions. And, of course, Mr. Olympia will have probably the toughest test of his young career here today against the one-man gang. But without further ado, let's go to Reeser Bowden in the ring for this first big bout.
All right, so you heard the big news at the end there, almost said in passing. We have new Mid-South Tag Team champions. Junkyard Dog and Mr. Olympia won the belts on May 5th. And so the big news, in addition to having new champions, is that's it for the Samoans. They are still here till the end of May, but they don't wrestle again on television. And from here, they're off to Georgia for 5 months before going to the WWF at the end of '82. So, yeah, it's territory wrestling. This is what happens. You see people over and over and over again. They're shoved down your throat. You get used to them. You embrace them. Well, maybe you don't embrace some of them, like the Samoans, but, you get used to seeing them. You get used to them being in your lives. And then 1 week, without any warning, they're gone. And actually, you know, they mentioned last week, and we talked about this, that they said last week that Paul Orndorff would be on the show this week. Well, these shows are taped 2 weeks apart. They did not, Paul Orndorff was not on the show. Like I said recently, he does still do house shows or live events until the end of May, mostly putting over Bob Roop, but he's gone. So, yeah, we're rotating talent in and out of the company. And we start things off. By the way, we ran through everything going on, including Ted DiBiase being fined $2,500 for leaving the announce desk. So Bob Roop requesting he get fined $5,000, $10,000. Didn't happen. He also didn't get suspended. That's, it's a $2,500 fine, which, it's still a good amount of money. Without actually looking it up, I think using the inflation calculator, you're looking at roughly $7,000 in 2023 money, give or take a few bucks. But today we have Dick Murdoch in a bounty match, one-man gang versus Mr. Olympia, Ted DiBiase and Ernie Ladd teaming up against Bob Roop and the Assassin. And let's go off to our first match. It is the Grappler versus Coco Samoa. Now, in the early on here, the Grappler drops a knee onto Coco Samoa. And of course, because Coco Samoa is, spoiler alert, Samoan, and thus his head is hard, Grappler dropping a knee actually hurt Grappler's knee and not Coco Samoa's head. Watts tells us, and he repeats this later on in the show, that Ted DiBiase told him that if he had the chance to do it again, he would, no matter what the fine was, in reference to leaving the desk to try to prevent Skandor Akbar's men from injuring Ernie Ladd or Iron Mike Sharp or pretty much any of the baby faces again. Bill Watts, as he likes to talk about everything that has nothing to do with what's going on in the ring, he starts going off on what Dick Murdoch might bring with him to the ring. And let's play that audio here.
Proud of being a Marine. We'll be hearing the Marine Corps hymn from the halls of Montezuma when Dick Murdoch comes to the ring in his camouflage gear with his backpack and his entrenching tool and who knows what else. There's even rumors there's an armadillo in that backpack, but I'm not sure about that, Boyd Pierce.
I wouldn't doubt it one bit, Bill, knowing Dick Murdoch.
No, there could be something more potent. It could be his unwashed laundry. I imagine after Murdoch, as crazy as he is, that could make you have worse effect on you than an armadillo.
We actually have proof that he does have his unwashed laundry in his bag along with his entrenching tool, since, if you recall, as I mentioned on more than one occasion, he came out here about a month ago for a match with Bob Roop in his tighty whities and put his wrestling tights on while standing at ringside, and no one seemed to notice or care. By the way, it is important to mention that the Grappler, looking very pale this week, and he's in shape, but he's not, as Mark Briscoe would say, or Jay Briscoe would say, he's not cosmetically pleasing. He's got a bit of a stomach. He doesn't have the greatest tan in the world. He's actually got a bit of a farmer's tan, and he doesn't wear a shirt. And you might be wondering to yourself, why the hell am I talking about whether or not the Grappler is wearing a shirt? Let's just say that this comes up again. Okay. All right. Now, oh my God. We have reached an interesting point in the history of Mid-South Wrestling. You might recall Precious Paul Ellering back when we began doing these shows. He had his interviews with Reeser Bowden, where, he talked about this being the land of the free and the home of the footlong hot dog, ha, 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 and asking Reeser Bowden if he can dig it, Reeser. And Reeser, of course, saying, yes, I can. And Paul Ellering, as mentioned, he injured his knee while wrestling the Iron Sheik back in January, and he is just now starting to get ready to come back. And what do wrestlers need to do when they are recovering from an injury? They need to work out and they need to rehab. And Paul Ellering has apparently decided that we need to take part in his rehab, or we need to witness his rehabilitation exercises. And oh my God, I'm just going to press play right now. The audio is a little long, and then in case the audio does not properly express some of the preposterous nature of what is about to air. I will of course be back to recap it, but wow, this is one of those things. I don't know if it's on YouTube, but man, oh man, this is something you might want to check out if it is.
Well, boy, Precious Paul Ellering is without a doubt one of the most colorful, unique individuals we've ever witnessed here on Mid-South. Tremendous competitor, crazy style, a personality that's, you just got to say, is kind of different. Tremendously powerful, proud of his ability and his working out. And of course, in Columbus, Georgia, June the 15th, 1981, he sustained a severe knee injury. That also happens to be the home of Houston Clinic, the orthopedic clinic with Dr. Andrews there, the same man, by the way, that operated on Ernie Ladd. And he repaired Precious Paul's knee. But then on January the 5th, when Precious Paul came back in a match with one of Akbar's henchmen in it, in New Orleans, the knee was re-injured. And he is presently rehabilitating it and says in July he'll be ready to start back in the ring. But he wants to share at home with the fans his style of working out, which I bet is really unique. Here's a short excerpt, a spotlight on Precious Paul Ellering. Let's join that now.
I know that everyone in our viewing audience, men, women, and children alike, have admired the healthful and beautiful physique of Precious Paul Ellering. Well, I might remind you that Precious Paul Ellering did not come by that beautiful body accidentally, and he's got a few things that he'd like to say to you that might help you along that way.
You know, Reeser, Precious Paul loves kids. Precious Paul once was a kid. Kids are people, too.
Right.
A walk-a-doo, 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 doo, doo. You know, even as a baby, Reeser, I grabbed the nurse instead of the bottle. Precious Paul is going to show all these good-looking, healthy children how to work out. We're going to pump up. So we're going to do some sit-ups. And after it's all over, Precious Paul will show them what it is and what they can shoot for to be like Precious Paul. I know all the kids want to talk like Precious Paul. They all want to look like Precious Paul. And now we're going to do it. Let's do it. You ready? All right. Sit up, everybody lay down. Newton-John. All right. Good. Good. Okay. Oh, time out. Precious Paul's going to do his sit-ups now.
Now Precious Paul will do his sit-ups.
You know, Racer, Precious Paul is like fine china. I am one classy dish.
He is indeed. All you have to do is take one look at that magnificent physique and you'll agree. And believe me, that's not cardboard. That is 135 pounds that he's doing sit-up with on his chest.
All right.
Let's see what he's got coming up now. Can you believe this? I don't believe this. Good grief. And Jesse Barr only weighs 236. Buddy Landell at 234 pounds coming off of the top rope right on the abdomen of Precious Paul Ellering. Is that something? You too can have a physique like that if you work for it.
Talk to me, Daddy! Yeah! Whoa! Whoa!
Well, we want to thank the kids in the audience that helped him participate. And, of course, 135 pounds is a lot of steel to sit there and do setups with. Next week, Precious Paul is going to feature push-ups, and we'll all look in for that.
Okay, Bill, and we'll be back. Mr. Olympia versus 454-pound one-man gang after this important message from Mid-South Wrestling.
Okay. That may possibly be the most unintentionally homoerotic thing in the history of professional wrestling. And we say unintentionally because, yes, in case you didn't pick up on this, Paul Ellering brought children into the ring, various ages and, sizes. If I had to guess, somewhere between like 6 and 14. There were 6 or 7 kids in there. And he's going to show these kids how to work out by doing sit-ups. And this is, with Reeser on the microphone, talking about what a beautiful body Paul Ellering has. And, telling the children that hopefully one day they'll have bodies as beautiful as Paul Ellering's. And there were... I know I say this a lot about a lot of different things, but this could not air in 2023. Can you imagine if on Raw, I don't even know who the equivalent of was, like if John Cena came out on Raw next week and brought out small children into the ring to do exercises while Corey Graves was the MC talking about what a beautiful body John Cena has and how maybe the kids will one day have such a beautiful body as John. Raw would, I wouldn't say it'd be thrown off the air, but they might face their biggest controversy since whenever the Attitude Era actually ended. So as you heard, they played Let's Get Physical in the background because, again, 1983, things you won't hear in 2023. Then after the kids did their sit-ups, they brought in a weight bench, and Buddy Landale and Jesse Barr were helping them out. My God, I'm speechless about this. Paul Ellering lay down on the weight bench to do sit-ups while holding 3 45-pound weight plates on it. And then, and this is the part you may have wondering what the heck they're doing. I think that could have just been the entire segment. But the end part, in case you're wondering what the heck they were talking about, then he laid on the mat, and I'll be honest, you want to talk about exposing the business? Paul Ellering laid on the mat while Buddy Landale and Jesse Barr both gave him diving double foot stomps from the top rope. At that, Paul Ellering basically no-sold and stood up. And okay, that we're supposed to be like, oh, his abs, his stomach is so fit that he took these people doing double foot stomps to him and got up just as strong as ever. It's like, dude, like this is one of those things that when people talk about Kenny Omega and Young Bucks killing the business these days, which is just preposterous for a number of reasons, and I'm not even a Young Bucks fan, but it's like this exposed the freaking business, and this was broadcast on television. Holy crap! And then Reeser says that you too can have a physique like that if you work on it. And remember, it's important to train by having 230-pound pro wrestlers jump on your stomach. And then to make things better, we were promised, threatened even, that this will continue next week. And as much as we mock Precious Paul Ellering, enjoy the preposterosity of this while you can. He does start wrestling again in July, but has a whopping 3 television matches before leaving for Portland. And he's in Portland for like a month before he ends up in Georgia. But don't feel too bad for Paul because I hear things worked out for him in the long run. I mean, I don't want to, spoil anything for y'all, but Paul Ellering ends up, things end up working out for him. Up next, one-man gang, General Skandor Akbar versus the Mississippi State champion and one half of the tag team champions, Mr. Olympia. Watts talked about how college wrestling is in the process of lowering their heavyweight weight limit to 275 pounds during this important match. And this was actually a pretty good little match. Olympia is great, and Gang is better than he gets credit for. I mean, like with a lot of things, if you only judge his WWF run and go on that, it's like, yeah, his WWF run does not really adequately show how impressive this man could be. He's a pretty agile big man. He's pretty good in the ring. And Mr. Olympia tore One Man Gang's tights around his stomach area. It's like just a little hole, but it really stood out. Story of this, Olympia kept going for the sleeper, but Gang is so large and powerful that he would get out of it. Most of the time he's doing it by flipping Olympia off. One time he ran him back first into the corner. Gang missed a big splash and Olympia hit a missile dropkick, which sent Gang flying out of the ring. And at that point, and by the way, Olympia did that off the top rope, which is in theory illegal in Mid-South Wrestling. That should be an automatic disqualification. And Skandor Akbar, the horrible, devious heel, is trying to explain this to the referee. And it was Bill Watts, covering for Mr. Olympia, called it a judgment decision for the referee. Olympia then decked Akbar with a drop kick, but Gang quickly got in, surreptitiously rolled in, dropped an elbow, and cleanly pinned the Mississippi State champion, probably setting up a title match down the road. Up next, we had Kim Duck with General Skandor Akbar versus Dick Murdoch. Kim Duck would be better known as Tiger Chung Lee later on in the WWF. Murdoch did not appear to have an armadillo with him in his bag. Duke is another in a long line of bounty hunters here to take out Dick Murdoch. Duke actually has been wrestling from the 1960s, and believe it or not, if you remember in 2000 when Mitsuharu Misawa, left All Japan and took, most of the wrestlers and, front office people, took them in a mass exodus to form Noah. Kim Duke was one of the people who were brought in by All Japan to kind of fill out the cards when they were recovering then. This match, Kim Duke was working the armbar. Murdoch would fire up and Duke would just take him right back down. Watts told the story about how Murdoch was at a bar and some guy gave him crap. So Murdoch beat the crap out of him and then ate the guy's steak dinner. And then we had Watts making an announcement of someone that would become well known to Mid-South wrestling fans and someone we'll get to know pretty well in the next few years. Let's play that right now.
Got some big news coming in the wrestling world. A young 4-time All-American amateur wrestler from the University of Oklahoma, young Steve Dr. Death Williams. He's going to be turning pro this summer. It's going to be a unique situation because next year he should be the starting guard at the University of Oklahoma's great football team. But his eligibility is up in amateur wrestling. He's a redshirt fifth-year senior in football, though, so this should be a unique chance for a great young athlete. It's been my pleasure to watch his progress under Coach Stanley Abel. Matter of fact, I'm the biggest fan the University of Oklahoma wrestling team has. I love them all. Mark Schultz, Dave Schultz, Andre Metzger, Israel Shepard, Boo Thomas.
And yeah, so Dr. Death is on his way, and you'll see it's kind of a wacky situation because he does return to the University of Oklahoma for the upcoming football season. And actually, I believe he ends up going into the USFL in the spring of '83. So we're gonna get a taste of Dr. Death, and then just enough to whet your appetite. But then, like a year or so from now, is really when it's gonna take off for him. But just a heads up to keep an eye out in the future here. By the way, that was the last bit of audio we'll play. We still have half a show to go. Interesting. But the this is actually a pretty interesting show, all things considered here. Akbar runs around the side of the ring and stole Murdoch's entrenching tool. He goes running at Murdoch. Murdoch ducked, so Akbar hit Duck with it. Murdoch then grabbed the entrenching tool and hit Kim Duke 2 or 3 times with it. And the referee, who saw the whole thing took place, including Murdoch for at least the second time, if not third or fourth time, using his entrenching tool to hit his opponent with, got down, counted the 3, giving the win to Dick Murdoch. Honestly, this may be some of the worst refereeing I've ever seen, and I've been to many indie shows. Hell, when I trained last year, at the end of one of the training sessions, the more experienced guys, and no, I was not part of this, did like an 8 or a 10-man tag. And one of the other trainees was the referee, and he did a lot better of a job than the Mid-South referees are doing right here. And actually, the only time I can remember a referee being made to look more incompetent, and even this, it's like, it's an indie show in front of 100 people, so how, and I guarantee I'm probably the only person who A, noticed, and B, remembers this. But I was at an indie show one time, and there was a singles match going on, and the two guys are wrestling out of the ring. They're wrestling around the gym. The referee in the ring is counting them out, and he gets 7, 8, 9, and then he realizes 2 things. 1, they are nowhere near the ring, and 2, the finish of this match is not a double count out. I swear to you, because I remember specifically hearing him get to 9 and turning around and looking to see what he was going to do. After a long pause, he just yells, 2, 3. I'm like, wow, that may be the worst. That at least making the referee look absolutely awful. And it's like, and it's like one of those indie shows is like this, and I hate, talking bad about indie companies. This is one of the reasons why I never liked Botchamania, because it's one thing to post WWE and AEW and WCW clips, because, it's supposed to be your big time pro wrestling. It's another to air clips from an indie show in front of 50 people, because in theory, it's people who are learning to wrestle and hopefully one day improving enough to make to the big time. And do you really need their biggest mistakes posted all over the internet like that? However, it's like, and I honestly thought I was going up, oh yeah, this is a company that I used to go to a lot when I lived in Pennsylvania. They would spend good money to bring in some big names at the top of the card. I remember seeing Samoa Joe versus AJ Styles like during their peak runs in TNA. It's like, this is like 2007 Samoa Joe and AJ Styles. And another show, I remember they had Scott Steiner and Larry Zbyszko. Okay, they're not Samoa Joe and AJ Styles, but Scott Steiner and Larry Zbyszko are still pretty big names. That's where they spend all their money, and then the rest of the card will be filled up by people who are about as good at wrestling as I am. And, hopefully they all got better. I honestly couldn't tell you if any of them ever made it, or at least made a bigger name for themselves. But I can tell you that it was some of the worst undercard wrestling I've ever seen. It was just ridiculously bad. Obviously, they were not paying for talent and any depth past the top match or maybe top 2. And I could tell you stories of some of the atrocious matches I've seen, in indie shows and specifically for that particular company. But in an effort to not shame anybody, and again, hopefully they're all doing well, and if they're still wrestling, they undoubtedly had to have gotten better because it's been 15 years. It'd be, I like to say, even the worst wrestler in the world can improve in 15 years of wrestling. But so yeah, so back to some good wrestling. We get Iron Mike Sharp next against the debuting Billy the Star Child Star, who's one of those people where you're gonna hear his name a lot. I don't think they ever do anything with him, but he's just somebody, and especially with his name, it'd be one thing with just Billy Star, but Billy the Star Child Star is one of those names you're like, I'm going to remember that. Especially the way Reeser introduces people. And so this match, honestly, this match was a backdrop to Bill talking about everything else in the world. And Bill always has to have at least one match where he really doesn't pay attention to what's going on and instead talks about 85 other things going on. And this time, of course, he's using it to discuss everything going on in Akbar's storyline. And then after a long pause, like for Bill Watts, 5 seconds is a long pause. And that like he's looking at the ring, begging for something to say about it, but instead he just starts talking about Dr. Death. Sharp must have realized that he's being painfully ignored right now. And so he drove Star's head almost all the way through the turnbuckle pad and then picked up the win with the over-the-shoulder backbreaker. Boyd pitched us to a replay of Ted DiBiase leaving the desk to attack the Assassin and one-man gang last week. And then we got the big tag team match. It is Ted DiBiase and Big Cat Ernie Ladd versus North American champion Bob Roop and the Masked Assassin. Now, it's important to note that the Masked Assassin, every time he's been on this show and wrestling, he's wrestled, full body. Black shirt, black pants, and this time he's out here without a shirt on. And it really should have made you go, huh. But, it's starting to get, warmer. It's May. So, it might have been a warm day. So he wanted to wrestle without a shirt on. Hey, whatever. So Roop starts with Ernie Ladd, which didn't work out too well for the champ. Watts recaps how Roop made Paul Orndorff look like a fool a couple months ago. Assassin goes for a dropkick on Ted DiBiase, but Ted catches it and turns it into a Boston Crab, but Assassin powered out of it. Roop, of course, because he never fares better against anyone. Roop doesn't fare any better. DiBiase locks on the figure four. Now, in one of those things we've been drilling into your head for 6 months, Roop and Paul Orndorff invented the counter to the figure four, which is the counter that everyone has seen forever and a day. They just turn over. But Ted DiBiase has apparently found the counter to the counter because he just spread his arms wide. He sat up and locked it in, so Roop could not get the momentum to turn it over. We broke it down into a wild four-way. The ref took a bump when the Assassin fell into him. Assassin tried to headbutt DiBiase outside the ring, but Ted blocked it and sent him into the post. One-man gang run out. We got a five-way brawl. Finally, the Assassin loaded his boot, which is not something we've ever seen him do, and kicked Ted DiBiase right in the face. The ref got back in and counted the pin. Watts makes sure to scream so even the dumbest fan can figure this out, that that's not in the standard repertoire of the Assassin, but it is in the Grappler, who got injured last year by Ted DiBiase. And as we mentioned the last few months, Grappler has a special built-up boot thanks to that injury that he's medically cleared to use. So, and this gets reiterated in the next match in case you're just, dense and need something spelled out for you even more. They flat out tell you, this is the Grappler. And, there we go. So this is what happens when you have a lot of masked wrestlers, including ones who are all generally looking similar. Let's be honest here. And yeah, so we finish things up with a nice, fun little expiration of time match. It is our old friend Buddy Landell versus the Turk. Not a Turk or some other Turk, but the Turk. Apparently, the Turk has been absent from Mid-South the last couple of years. The Turk, don't get used to him. He's only around till the end of May as well, and he goes off to Mid-Atlantic to wrestle as Ali Bay, no doubt related distantly to Impact Wrestling's Chris Bay. Bill T's losing his voice, which I'm sorry we couldn't have been that lucky here, but he reiterates what went on for the dumbest person sitting at home to realize that the assassin in the last match was really the grappler. Turk teased using karate, but used a thumb to the throat of Buddy. Buddy didn't appreciate being thumbed, so he used a flying head scissors that sent Turk right on top of his head. They tried it near falls, but shockingly, this went to the 3-minute and 33-second time limit as they go to a draw to end our show. So a really, calling it action-packed might be a hard, weird phrase to use, but a really well done show. A lot of stuff happening. It wasn't, and one of the reasons that KJ kind of left is that, it's not SmackDown, and in a good way and a bad way. This isn't SmackDown where you're not getting, angles in every other segment every single week. But this had a lot of good wrestling. It had a lot of excitement. It gave you a very interesting little thing there with the grappler. And yeah. So next week we'll see what happens when we move to May 20th, 1982. But it's time for Weird News of the Week. And of course, that's Weird News of the Week presented by Nobody. Nobody, the company that sponsors nothing. And this week for Weird News of the Week, we're not going to UPI.com. We're not going to Ben Hooper. We're talking 411mania.com. We're talking about Rhaka Khan. And I'm sure if you're listening to this, you have heard the story by now. But Rhaka Khan, and for those of you who don't remember, she was a very tall, statuesque African-American woman who wrestled briefly in TNA. She was under a WWE developmental contract at one point, which at the time when, the Divas division was, Christy Hemme and Candice Michelle. No offense to them, but, this wasn't Trish Stratus and Mickie James and, Molly Holly and Victoria. It wasn't that day and age. So in order for you to not be good enough to make the WWE women's roster at the time, it was a very low bar. But let's go to 411 Mania. This is by Jeremy Thomas. Rhaka Khan's lawsuit against the FBI, multiple wrestling names, and more allowed to move forward. Former TNA star Rhaka Khan's lawsuit against a dizzying number of parties, including the FBI, the state of Texas, and a ton of wrestling personalities and companies, is reportedly clear to move forward. PWInsider.com reports that Trinesha Biggers, who was Rhaka Khan at TNA and had a run in WWE's developmental system, filed a lawsuit in October of 2022 in the U.S. District Court, Southern District of New York. The suit alleged that there was a conspiracy against her in regards to the criminal court case that she's been facing since 2019 on charges of interference with child custody and aggravated kidnapping facilitate. According to the site, the lawsuit was filed against dozens of parties that include wrestling legends, promoters, NBA legend Michael Jordan, various police departments, and at least one individual who's been dead for 16 years. The lawsuit alleges that the defendants conspired to kidnap the plaintiff and her children, which is not funny. All the people that she is claiming conspired to kidnap her children is what's hilarious. The site notes that the 48-page lawsuit mostly consists of the list of defendants some of whom are listed multiple times. The following individuals are among those on the defendant list: the state of Texas, the El Paso Child Protective Services, the FBI, the Las Cruces, New Mexico Police Department, the NYPD, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, New York ACS, Omega Psi Phi Fraternity, Shirley Police Department, Sigma Phi Epsilon, Suffolk County, New York. By the way, that's where I was born. Dwayne The Rock Johnson, The Miz, Maurice, Keith Miller, Nikki Bella, not Brie, just Nikki, Chris Benoit, Mark Jindrak, Panda Energy, the former owner of TNA/Impact, Home Depot, Florida Championship Wrestling, also defunct, Steve Kern, the NWA, Billy Corgan, Deep South Wrestling, also defunct, Bank of America, Michael Jordan, several universities, Jim Cornette, Mick Foley, New York City Area Energy Company, Con Edison, and more. According to the report, there was no movement until February, when court records indicate that Biggers was allowed to move forward with the lawsuit with the prepayment of any court fees. She was notified of the filing by mail at a home address listed in New York City. Biggers is said to be seeking $3 billion in damages, and none of the listed defendants have been served as of yet. She still has a bench warrant for her arrest that she failed to appear in December on her charges. She was indicted on the charges in August of 2019 and was at one point one of the most wanted fugitives in El Paso when she didn't show up to court. She was finally arraigned in December of that year after no showing, 2 court appearances, and having her bail revoked. Her trial was delayed many different times due in part to the pandemic. Hey, her and I kind of had something in common there. According to Texas law, interference with child custody is when someone, quote unquote, takes or retains a child when that person knows that the taking or detention of a child violates a judgment or order. It is a felony and punishable by up to 2 years in prison. So, imagine this. It doesn't give a date, but I mean, at some point, and it doesn't say how old the children in question are, but we're assuming they're, younger than 16 years old. Hopefully, for the sake of the legal system. Chris Benoit, who's been dead since 2007, The Rock, Michael Jordan, The Miz. By the way, yeah, if Benoit was still alive during this, The Miz and Maurice weren't even a couple at that point. Among many, many issues with this. Heath Slater, years before he was in WWE. Nikki Bella, I think that would have been before she was in WWE. Mark Jindrak, Panda Energy. This is like the NWA, which at the time, if we're going into 2007, that was before Bruce Tharp, was the owner. So what Billy Corgan would then have to do with it would just be like bizarre coincidence of bizarre coincidences here. But yeah, imagine all these people somehow getting together and conspiring together to kidnap Rhaka Khan's children. Like I said, it's not funny. The crime isn't funny, but the accusations of everyone involved is hilarious, because you have to imagine all these people conspiring together. And if you include Benoit, who the hell are you suing if you're suing Benoit? I guess, whatever, family is still around. But so you have to claim, in order for Benoit to be part of this, that this was a conspiracy for over a decade. Over a decade and a half, they all conspired to do this. And it's like, how did these people, when did FCW even start? I know I'm focusing on the wrong stuff here, but it's I remember Florida Championship Wrestling, I think that started when Deep South went out of, or when WWE closed Deep South Wrestling, or they pulled the whatchamacallit, the developmental deal from Deep South Wrestling. Oh, I'm okay. Again, not funny. This is not funny. Just reading this. Florida Championship Wrestling was founded June 26, 2007, which was days after the whole Chris Benoit incident. So he conspired with a company that didn't exist yet. That's, great to know. When did Deep South go out of business? Let's see. Deep South went out of business in April of 2007. So we're just, all over the place with, all the people Rhaka Khan are suing. This is just like Bank of America. I mean, it like I want to sue Bank of America for, charging you $8 for not having enough money in your savings account and then giving you like 4 cents of interest. That's what I'd like to sue them for. But to be fair, they never tried to, kidnap my children. And yeah, the I'm assuming I would like to assume that she does not have a lawyer because I could not imagine any lawyer who took part in this lawsuit and filed this on her behalf should be disbarred immediately. And I know I'm having some fun talking about this, but any lawyer involved in this should be disbarred because you cannot, in good faith, take this lawsuit, file it in a real court of law, believing that, this woman is of sound mind and, and is making a rational decision to file this lawsuit. And I know he's not the favorite person of, 2/3 of the internet, but Jim Cornette posted a video, or he did it on his podcast, talking about this lawsuit, and it's good shit. I would recommend going and checking it out, at least checking out that segment on his YouTube channel. I can't even imagine, and it's like it doesn't say how much the fees would be, the court costs would be. I mean, how much does it cost to file a lawsuit? I mean, not defending it, not, your lawyers involved, because it's just the court costs. And I mean, I would say for a $3 billion lawsuit, like you're paying a lot of, staff members. Like, I can't imagine like maybe she has the money. I don't know. I'm not her accountant. I've never done her taxes. I don't know what kind of money she really has, but I would like to think that if she does have the type of money needed to fund this lawsuit, that she could find better things to do with it. And to be perfectly honest, she needs some mental health help. Like, in all seriousness, if you know somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody who knows Rhaka Khan, like, legitimately try to get her some help, some psychological help, because this is the result of somebody who is not mentally well. And I think, like, the fact that this is allowed to progress in the courts, and it's possible that the judge only did it just because technically there's no law in the book saying she couldn't make this lawsuit. However, putting the thing in place that she has to pay her court costs, that would be my guess as to why he did it, because figuring she wouldn't be able to either do it or come up with the money for it. Either way, this is a waste of the court's time. And man, oh man, I hope that we're going to have news in a week saying that this got dropped and she was able to get some professional help, because this is just the rantings and ravings of a madwoman. And so I'm going to wrap things up from here. And I want to thank everyone for listening. Again, not sure if when you're listening to this. You could be listening to this the week of the 24th. You could be listening to this the week of the May 1st. I imagine if I have a guess, because we've gone, I never have a counter, but I'd imagine at least 45 minutes at this point. So I'm not going to tack on an interview onto this. So this is going to be a standalone show at some point. But thank you to everyone for listening to this. Please, if you haven't done it already, if this is next week and not this week, please check out the Smoky Mountain Rewatch Along project. It drops this coming Friday. I'm really enjoying doing these shows so far. I recorded the first 10, so no worries about me backing out after 3 episodes. You're at least getting 10 of them, buddy boys. But check it out, listen to it, send some feedback. I'd really appreciate it. But thank you all for listening, and we'll talk to you again later this week. And welcome to episode number 038 of Something Else with Arya and Not KJ. My name is Arya, joined as always this week by Not KJ. I'm all alone this week. Of course I am. This really should stop being a surprise. It should be more of a surprise when I'm joined by somebody, even if that is my annoying cisgender heterosexual brother Brian, for our pro wrestling podcast that has a hint of LGBT-ness right in there. Thank you, everybody, for listening. And also, thank you, everyone, for checking out last Friday's premiere of the Smoky Mountain Wrestling Rewatch Along project. I really have been enjoying doing those shows and hope that the people who've been listening have been enjoying it as well. We got 200 episodes and we're one down, 199 to go. So sit back and enjoy the next 4 years full of just chock full of Smoky Mountain goodness. And by that point, 4 years, man, I might be begging for the end because we'll also be in 1986 for Mid-South by then, if we still make it. And actually, I think 4 years will be actually UWF. They'll change their name by then. But yeah, that's a discussion to have 4 years from now. But for now, let's talk about, I'd say current day, but we're not talking about current day. We're going into the Wayback Machine, Mr. Peabody. We're talking Mid-South Wrestling today, May 20th, 1982, from the Irish O'Neill Boys Club in Shreveport, Louisiana. If you enjoy what you're listening to, and I really hope you are, please continue to check us out on tinyurl.com/somethingelsepod, Angry Marks, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Podbean, Castbox, Overcast, Pod Paradise, Castro, Podbay.fm, Radio Public, and Pocket Cast. And as I say every single week, yes, these are all real places. Something else I have been neglecting to mention, and it's shocking because it's been like 3 weeks now. Something Else with Arya and Not KJ has its own Twitter page. There's nothing currently revolutionary on it, but go check it out, support us. It's at, and some people will love this one. It's at SE_with_Arya Pod. If you just look up Something Else with Arya and Not KJ, you'll find it. By the way, for nobody who's caring about this, the WWE draft is currently going on, and I thought way too late to do a spoof show where we treat the NFL draft, or sorry, to treat the WWE draft like it was the NFL draft and have constant, nonstop breakdowns of, every draft pick. And, well, there'll be a draft next year, I'm sure. But hey, let's talk about Mid-South Wrestling. Like I said, it's Mid-South Wrestling from May 20th, 1982, from the Irish McNeil Boys Club in Shreveport, Louisiana. Gotta tell you, this is not the greatest episode we're ever gonna review here. It's one of those things, it is what it is. Not every show can be a banger. This one is definitely one of those shows where it's like, it's important to recap what we have seen, kind of thing. But yeah, let's kick things off. This is actually kind of a double segment, but we're gonna stop after the introduction with Boyd Pierce and his guest this week, who's honestly at this point really should be the guest every week, Bill Watts.
Welcome to this week's edition of Mid-South Wrestling Television Network. I'm your host, Boyd Pierce, and you'll see all the top stars in action, including Captain Redneck, Dick Murdoch. The Assassin is here. Bob Roop, the North American Heavyweight Champion. The Big Cat, Ernie Ladd. Iron Mike Sharp, the one-man gang, teams up with the Masked Grappler in tag team action. Mr. Olympia, Ted DiBiase. Also, our spotlight of the week will be on Precious Paul Ellering. Our guest commentator, the one and only, the man we look forward to for his expertise, because he's a great inside the ring or out, Oklahoma Stampeder Cowboy Bill Watts.
Well, thank you, Boyd. It's always great to be back here with you, the #1 wrestling host in television wrestling around the country. And I tell you, I'm just like a fan, so I get so excited. As you saw last week, I lost my voice. I haven't quite recovered from it. But it's always great to come here and be with you and do something you really enjoy, and that's watch these great athletes and great bouts. There was some real controversy last week in that match with Ted DiBiase and Ernie Ladd against the Assassin and Bob Roop. And we're going to re-show the last portions of that match today. We would just let everybody else kind of be the judge. I don't believe the man that was in there on the final bell count was the Assassin. I believe it was the Grappler.
And make that 2.
Right. And, of course, the great effort by Mr. Olympia against the one-man gang. But again, the good news, the Junkyard Dog and Mr. Olympia are the tag champions. They also each hold individual state titles, but they're also marked men by Skandar Akbar. I think that the first thing we should do is get right to that unique, rather different spotlight.
Actually, we'll hang on to that here for just a second. So you heard the intro with Boyd and Bill Watts. A whole bunch of people here, but you'll notice they didn't actually talk about any particular match. And there's a reason for that. We don't really have a main event match this week. This is more like, hey, we're kind of just letting things go and slowing things down a little bit. We just had that angle last week with the Grappler and the Assassin, which in this day and age counts as an angle. So this is a show where we're going to recap that for you for 42 minutes while you watch some professional wrestling inside the ring. Boyd Pierce, I should note, because we do not hear much from Boyd Pierce this week. It's one of those weeks where Bill Watts is taking over commentary and doesn't care what you have to say. And perhaps the most entertaining part of this show is seeing the contest to see if Bill Watts is going to make it the entire hour without losing his voice. I guess we got to stay tuned to find out, huh? Boyd Pierce also wearing a plain brown suit. This guy loves color. He loves wacky, different, standing out. This suit does not stand out at all. It is probably the most boring suit he has ever worn, at least in the 6 months we've been watching it here. They did recap the shenanigans with the Assassin last week. I'll get into that a little bit later. But let's go to the intro for the Paul Ellering segment. Unfortunately, we can't play as much into it this week as last week because they really hit the Let's Get Physical song pretty much immediately. We'll play what we can, and I'll be right back.
Right. Precious Paul Ellering, a man who'd been injured, getting himself back in shape to go back in the wrestling wars, and he's got a unique form of working out. The kids here at the studio were great help to him. Let's join him as he goes over the the push-ups this week. This spotlight on Precious Paul Ellering.
Once again, the spotlight is on Precious Paul Ellering, and he's going to show you some of the things you can do at home in your own living room to improve your physique.
Power! What do you say? Be cool, right? All right. What do you say? Cool. You got it, and he's going to take it slow, too. Feel the power in them arms. Whoa, feel his chest. All right, all right. Okay, everybody work out. It's push-up time.
All right. So, yeah, this is where they start playing Let's Get Physical by, is that Olivia Newton-John? And since I am starting to upload these shows onto YouTube, it's probably best for me to not play copyrighted music since I don't need to get some copyright strikes. So this, in its own way, is weirder than last week's segment. You heard the beginning of it. He's surrounded by children in the ring, and then decides that everybody has to do push-ups. And they probably do push-ups for like, I don't know, 20 seconds. And it's all younger kids. Then they bring out this other kid, this probably older, probably a teenager. He comes over to start doing push-ups, and they have a kid sit on his back. And it's like, okay. Then we get, I guess, honestly, this is the highlight of the show, not even the highlight of the segment. Highlight of the show happens next, where Paul starts doing push-ups. He shoos everybody away, and he brings in a large woman from the audience. I mean, technically she's overweight, but I mean, I wouldn't call her fat. She's just a large woman. And he has the woman sit on his back, and he does push-ups. Like, okay, weird enough, zany enough, whatever. Then there was a second large woman in the ring as well, and he had the second large woman come over and sit on his back as well while he did push-ups. And Reeser is doing his best to not laugh. And, people like Reeser's one of those people that like some people love, some people hate. I think he's just amazing, at this. And Reeser just, he gives the camera a little side eye, like, can you believe what you're looking at here? And no, Reeser, we cannot believe what we're looking at here. Afterwards, he dances with the women and yells out, "Whoa, what a suicide machine," whatever that even means. While the women grab his biceps. Bill then threatens, because we go back to the table, Bill Watts threatens that we'll have segments like this every week. And they get better. They get more interesting from here. There's at least one of these segments up on YouTube that you can go see. We haven't covered it yet, but surely we will in the next few weeks. Ah, boy. Dick Murdoch was out next with his tights on, so, good for him, versus Rick Ferrara. I should point out, it took a while they played Murdoch's theme song for probably a good 30 seconds before he came out. So it's possible Murdoch hadn't put on his tights and was putting them on before coming out. Actually, fans in the front row were standing and saluting Murdoch when he came out. Now, this is going to be one of those shows, like I said, it's not the most interesting show in the world. We may not have a whole lot of audio, so we had to kind of, we had to do stuff to try to make this thing more interesting. So we have some audio here where, for some reason, Boyd starts explaining to us what a Texas armadillo is.
Bill, before this match gets underway, it is really a truth, and I'm telling you the truth. Back in Waxahachie, Texas, a few miles south of Dallas, Dick Murdoch at one time found an armadillo that actually had horns in it, and that's what actually became known as a Texas armadillo, and that is the truth.
You can believe him because he says it's the truth. And why would your ring announcer, why would your play-by-play guy lie to you like that? And, yeah. So that is a preview of just how interesting this show is going to be if I'm playing audio of Boyd Pierce talking about what a Texas armadillo is. Watt says Farrar is a fine man who hopes one day to retire to Alexandria, Louisiana after his ring wars are over. And also states that Dick Murdoch is going to leave for a tour of Japan on June 15th. And they don't know when Murdoch will be back. And actually, I probably should have looked that up. I'll look it up during the next audio clip if he does come back. Murdoch won with a brain buster in 3 minutes. Then we got the Assassin versus Buddy Landel. And yes, this actually is the Assassin this time and for the entire match. And speaking or, mentioning what happened last week, let's play some audio here with Bill Watts recapping everything we saw during the tag team match last week with Bob Roop and the Assassin versus Ted DiBiase and Big Cat Ernie Ladd.
Again, we will see the final moments of last week's bout with the Assassin and Bob Roop against Ernie Ladd and Ted DiBiase, where in a wild altercation where the referee was knocked down, the one-man gang came on the scene. The Assassin had tried to headbutt DiBiase with some foreign object in his mask outside the ring, and DiBiase blocked it and ran his head into the iron post, which admittedly should have been a disqualification, but so should the foreign object have been had it been caught on the Assassin. The Assassin, I thought, had his motors just wiped out and was struggling and falling down and heading toward the dressing room. Then the altercation, he appeared back in, but he did a maneuver which I've never seen the Assassin do. He loaded the boot, which is certainly the trademark of the grappler, Boyd Pierce. Caught DiBiase with it, which stunned DiBiase. Naturally, DiBiase certainly wasn't looking for that from the Assassin. And then he got out. And looking back at the film, you see the Assassin in a full black outfit, full top, sleeves, everything. And when you see this playback, you will see that although the man had a yellow mask, the mask just like the Assassin, he certainly did not have a shirt. And it was, again, the tactic of the grappler. So I think that's one thing you always have to be on guard for is the scheming and the intrigue, like Bob Roop claims, the man with a plan. Anytime he's involved, you're going to have to figure that he has got some safeguards or something to try to take advantage of something or to create a situation that he could possibly capitalize on.
So yeah, you've heard that whole recap with what happened last week, where it was pretty much acknowledged that it was not the Assassin who finished that match, it was the grappler. Also, I should note that Dick Murdoch does come back. He leaves in the middle of June, and he'll be back in August. So, good news, The Assassin loaded his boot and kicked Landel, but it wasn't a knockout. And they didn't say this, and so it's probably not, because, Bill Watts isn't an announcer who's just going to, ignore things, especially if they're important to the storyline or what have you. But, in my opinion, that's playing off that, hey, look, here's the Assassin doing what you saw him do last week. He loaded his boot and kicked his opponent. However, since it wasn't a built-up boot like the grappler has, when he kicked Landel, that wasn't the finish. He didn't knock Landel out, but he did, put him down, which allowed Assassin to follow it up with a hammerlock body slam and then working the hammerlock into a submission. So Assassin, the actual Assassin this week, defeats Boudreaux, Buddy Landel. Then we got North American champion Bob Roop versus Coco Samoa. They are still talking about Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff. But since Orndorff is officially on his way out, and as we mentioned, we don't see him again on Mid-South television, at all. He does not come back. He goes to Georgia, and I think we mentioned he goes to the WWF after that point. But, he's not coming back, so they basically are using this to more put over Roop. First saying Orndorff was stupid for following Roop, since, Orndorff could have done all this on his own. He didn't need to be, backing up somebody like Bob Roop. And then pointing out that Orndorff has lost all of the matches that he's had against Bob Roop in his quest to get the North American title. So we're going to have a new wrestler coming up here. We talked about him last week, Dr. Death Steve Williams. And let's go to a little bit more about that and how it pertains actually to our North American heavyweight champion, Bob Roode.
Well, you know, when I was down at Oklahoma University's spring game to talk with Coach Barry Switzer a little bit, and I was over at the bench with the players, and Dr. Death Steve Williams, a four-time All-American wrestler at Oklahoma University that's going to be the guard on that team next year and is going to hopefully wrestle professionally this summer. That's one of the first things he came up and asked about, because some of the players on the team had been watching it, and Bob Roode was said right on television that he's going to give young Steve Williams a lesson when he comes into professional wrestling, because Bob, being a former national AAU champion and a Pan-American game champion, Olympian, good in freestyle and Greco-Roman, he says he wants to welcome Dr. Death in the hard way, and he'd love to humiliate Oklahoma wrestlers. Well, I want you to know that Steve Dr. Death Williams is about 300 pounds of tough hombre, and it'll be a tough transition. But Steve is going to, I'm going to work out with him, and so is Herb Calvert, a former great wrestler at Oklahoma University. We're going to try to get him ready for the pro, because I think he's got a great future, and Bob Roode may bite off a little more than he can chew. And Coco Samoa right out there is carrying the battle to Roode.
And so, yeah, Dr. Death is coming. They actually mentioned later on that next week they're going to have something with Dr. Death. They're not sure if it's going to be, just an out-and-out, he's going to be an out-and-out appearance there, or if it's just going to be some video footage of him, down at the University of Oklahoma. But however, Bob Roode, they're setting up an angle for him already. And to be honest, I don't remember this paying off. We'll see, I guess. But, Bob Roode is apparently going to put Dr. Death in his place, I guess, or at least attempt to. Roode went for a Vader bomb, but Coco got his knees up. That actually happened during the audio that you listened to. Samoa made his comeback, but Roode cut him off with a high knee and a leg drop for the pin. We've mentioned a lot of times that Bob Roode, he tends to be on the defensive for most of his matches. He sells like $1 million and he puts these people over. But this, apparently, he's decided this week is the week to be aggressive and do a heck of a job at this here. And so Bob Roode picked up the impressive win over Coco Samoa. We then get Ernie Ladd versus Kim Duke. Sum this up in 11 words. Not much to this match. Ernie Ladd won with a double leg drop. Is that even 11 words? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I lied. It was 12. I'm sorry, people. I know you expect a lot more from me on these shows here. I said 11 words. I said 12. But, I think we can get through this. I think we as a team can come together and accept the fact that I know I said I was only going to say 11 words about this match, but I was going to say 12 words about the match instead. I'm sorry. It's horrible and disrespectful and rude of me to be doing things like this. And you'll have to forgive me, people here, because a lot of people have done a lot worse things than having one more word there. But okie dokie then. I'm sure some of y'all are thinking, "Oh my God, would you shut up and keep moving on with the show?" And I'll be like, "I'm 20 minutes into this show and there's not a whole lot left to talk about." So, hey, let's get some more audio here. Further recap of last week's tag team match with our good friend Bill Watts.
Well, Boyd Pierce, the king of sports, professional wrestling, has often been likened into a chess match. The reason being because chess takes so much mental ability. Well, in all sports, even though they're tremendously physical, there's a lot of mental planning, a lot of mental preparation. But in wrestling, like no other sport, I think there's a lot of mental skullduggery that goes on. Guys trying to ensure their positions when they go up in tough situations, especially people around Skandar Akbar or around Bob Roode or around the Assassin. And we'll relive the final moments last week when DiBiase and Ernie Ladd met defeat at the hands of Bob Roop and, quote, the assassin, close quotes. You be the judge.
So actually before this, after the last match, before they went to commercial, Boyd promised something interesting would happen after the break. He was lying. I mean, it's interesting to recap what happened and to show that I was not paying as close attention last week as I thought I was. Because last week I mentioned that, the assassin wrestled the entire match without a shirt on, and that should have been a tip off to us because assassin always wrestles in a shirt and grappler doesn't. However, and this, especially showed off when they replayed it here. The assassin wrestled most of the match, and he was there in a shirt, and he runs to the back at one point and comes back out without a shirt on, and obviously switched to the grappler. So yeah, I was wrong. I wasn't paying as close attention as I thought I was. Sorry. Bill, they come back from the video. Bill Watts says final recap.
Well, Boyd, I think the man that's coming to the ring now, teamed with the one-man gang, was the man in the yellow mask that caused Ted DiBiase to lose that match. And certainly I know Ted DiBiase and Ernie Ladd are going to study these things closely, and they're going to try to figure a way to get their revenge. But let's go to the ring right now for the next match.
One-man gang in the grappler versus Iron Mike Sharp and Jesse Barr. I would like to point out that this is the actual grappler for the entire match. He does not, mysteriously change places with a man in a full body outfit after this. Sharp had the early advantage on grappler, including grappler got him down and made a cover, and Sharp kicked out so hard he pressed grappler in about a foot into the air. It looked more impressive than those spots usually do. Gang tagged in and they got the heat on Sharp. Sharp made a brief comeback, including a diving tackle to Gang. Barr tagged in, got the shine briefly, but Gang blind tagged himself in. Of course, being a blind tag, Jesse Barr didn't see it. Jesse Barr rolled up the grappler, but the Gang came up with a big elbow drop, got the pin, giving the win to the one-man gang and the grappler, who were accompanied to the ring by General Skandor Akbar. Mississippi State Champion, along with one half of the tag team champions, Mr. Olympia, versus Billy the Star Child Star. In case you missed this last week, Mr. Olympia and Junkyard Dog defeated the Samoans to win the tag team championship. And what also ended up being, it wasn't officially, but essentially it was, a loser leaves Mid-South match, as Offense Seeker are gone. You'll never see them in this promotion again. And again, and we talked about this, and I've mentioned it before, this is territory wrestling. You'll have people who are on this show nonstop for months, and they're involved in the main event angles. They are all over the place. They're shoved down your throat almost to the point sometimes of you just being sick of them. And then one week they're gone. And it's like, what the heck ever happened to them? And that's what happens. And it's not like, I love these people, but Kofi Kingston's been in WWE for 15 years on the main roster for 15 years. Dolph Ziggler has been on the main roster for 17 years. Neither of them would be on the main roster for that long for obvious reasons more than one, but, in 1980s wrestling, even in the WWF, even in the early days of Vince, where he was getting everybody, it's like, who actually was around the WWF for very long, continuously? Hogan got 8 years. It's like, think about that. Hogan's main first run, the one that everyone remembers, set the WWF on the map, ended in early 92 or 93, depending how you look at it. 8 or 9 years. And Kofi Kingston's been there for 15, Dolph for 17. And we could go down the list. Like, there's like, and this is a lot of the problems with WWE and with pro wrestling these days, is like, you don't get a lot of variety. Like, the same people you saw 5 years ago on Raw are the same people on Raw now, by and large. But you don't even have to go back. You don't have to go back 5 years to Mid South. You don't have to go back 1 year to Mid South. Watch an episode of Mid South. Watch that first episode of Mid South we did from December, and now watch this show in May. It is two wildly different shows, and it's only been 6 months. Anyway, Junkyard Dog, the other half of the Tag Team Champions, will be back next week. Billy's Star Child star is not awful. He's at least better than Larry Higgins, which I know is a very low bar to cross here. But hey, at least he crosses it. You can go out and watch some bad independent wrestling anywhere for some, for people who are at the quality of Larry Higgins. Bill has still got a voice, and he is so bored by this show that he approved of, and you could say, well, Ernie Ladd was the booker, but Bill Watts approved of this. He begins talking about his son Joel, who we're going to see in a few years on this program.
My young son Joel, I'm really proud of. He's now soloed in his flight training and is doing it on his cross countries. And that's got to be exciting for a young 18-year-old to be flying and finally be on his own soloing. I can think back, and it was a nervous time, those first few. And I'm really proud of him. He has been excited about it. And of course, as I fly around to the engagements around the country, and I'm now flying an Aerostar, pressurized Aerostar, it's going to take on a whole new meaning when Joel gets to be my co-pilot and maybe gets to relieve me of some of that time up there.
That's a tremendous accomplishment, knowing Joel, and I know how you appreciate him, and I know he has the same favor as he looks back to you as his father. What a great team inside the airplane.
So, yeah, this is how exciting the show is. We have devoted time on the show and both on this show to hearing Bill Watts talk about his son Joel learning how to fly and maybe becoming his co-pilot when Bill is up there flying. And to be honest, even though we have heard him a couple times, I've forgotten that Boyd Pierce was even here this week. This is a very heavy Bill Watts show, which is saying something, because Bill Watts, if you have him on the show, it's 90% Bill Watts and, 8% silence and 2% Boyd. And this is one of those weeks where that 2% Boyd got in. It was not particularly memorable. Olympia eventually won with a sleeper hold. And then we get our final match. Yes, we've reached the end here. It is our expiration of time match with a lot of time. It is Ted DiBiase, the former North American champion, still being pushed as either the number 1 or number 2 babyface. At the very least, he's the babyface, in the main event program for the title, versus the Turk. As mentioned last week, he's not a Turk or some Turk. He is the Turk. And, talk about, one of the greatest wrestlers of all time, future Hall of Famer, undoubtedly, the Turk. Yeah. There's not a whole lot to say about the Turk here. He is not Yusuf Ismail, which is what Wikipedia recommended here. Let's see here, because I'll be honest, there's not a whole lot to talk about here. This match goes 6 minutes, like, pretty much right up to the bitter end of the show. Uh, but it's like, yeah, the Ted DiBiase needed 6 minutes to defeat the Turk here. And WWE.com or Peacock lists this match as the main event, which technically it was the last match on the show. I don't know if I would, announce it as the main event. Although, if not for this, what the hell was what the hell would be the main event if not for this, right? But so Turk almost won when he reversed a side headlock takeover. In fact, it was like one of those near falls that if it happened in 2023, you'd have 7 replays showing, the crowd would be booing, somebody would be chanting bullshit, there'd be a chant for Turk, 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 because Turk almost won with the reversal of the side headlock takeover. Watts is so excited by this, he literally spends the entire match talking about the stars of Mid-South Wrestling. He literally is just running everybody down and telling you, the audience who theoretically watches this show every week, the audience who knows what's going on. He spends at least 3 or 4 minutes, just on that. The crowd is clearing out. The bleachers are almost empty at this point. This is where they announced that Dr. Death may be here next week. I guess we'll see. DiBiase barely beat the Turk before the time expired, winning with a power slam. And the show ends. And yes, Bill Watts still has his voice, but he should lose it because he lied to us at the end of the show. He said that this was yet another exciting show. I don't know what show he was watching, but it was not that episode of Mid-South. If I was still rating these on our old scale here of 1 to 10 Ed Wiskowski's, this would be a 2. Yeah, 2. That would be generous, would be calling this a 2 out of 10 Ed Wiskowski's. This was not the show to watch. However, thank you for listening to me because, hey, it may not be the best show to watch, but hey, it's a fun show to listen to me talk about, huh? So let's go to Weird News of the Week here. Weird News of the Week presented by Nobody. Nobody, the company that sponsors nothing. And as always, we go to UPI.com. Our old friend Ben Hooper. German man breaks record for assembling Mr. Potato Head blindfolded. Yeah. Who knew that this record actually existed? Anyway, a German man was awarded an unusual world record when he assembled a Mr. Potato Head toy in 12.11 seconds while blindfolded. Andre Ortolf, a serial world record breaker with more than 100 titles to his name, donned a blindfold and started with a fully disassembled Mr. Potato Head toy. Ortolf added the feet, arms, face, and hat to the plastic spud in 12.11 seconds, earning a Guinness World Record title. Ortolf previously broke the record, here's one, for the fastest time to finish a Capri Sun after drinking his beverage pouch in 10.41 seconds. That I guess with the tiny straw it makes it more difficult, but it's like I would think it would be quicker to drink, a Capri Sun in 10 seconds. I mean, I'm not planning on testing this theory, but also how many times do you have to practice any of this? Like, he built the Mr. Potato Head blindfolded. What on earth made him do that? How many times did he do it? Was there a record before it? I mean, they're saying that, he was awarded this record, which implies that he had it beforehand. Um, but yeah. Plus, how many Capri Suns do you have to drink before officially recording your world record attempt? And who had the world record before this for drinking a Capri Sun the fastest? These are things we need to find out. We must know who out there drinks Capri Sun almost as fast as that. Oh well. Let's see, anything else going on here? Small alligator found at Pennsylvania wastewater treatment plant. Crews at a Pennsylvania wastewater plant received a surprise when they discovered a small alligator at the facility. The Lehigh County authorities said in a Facebook post that workers at the Lehigh County wastewater treatment plant said the baby gator rode up on the climber screen with other solids. Ew. And survived the journey. The alligator was rescued by workers who snapped photos of the reptile. The gator was taken to the Pocono Wildlife Rehabilitation and Education Center. Times like that is why I usually read these ahead of time. I would not have read that one, but oh well. By the way, next Superdome show, they haven't announced it yet, but next Superdome show is July 7th. And the attendance is a little bit better than the most recent one on May 1st. May 1st drew 21,000, and on July 7th they're going to do 22,800. And I mean, looking at this card, there are some different names. That's all I'll say. There are some different names here on this Superdome card in 2 months. So this, that sounds pretty interesting here in 2 months because there's a lot of turnover here coming up. But that's going to do it here. This is not Monday Night Raw. I do not stretch out, a 40-minute show to 3 hours just because God knows. Can you imagine if I tried to sit here and do this for 3 hours? I would pass out from boredom, much less any of y'all. But anywho, thank you all for listening, and check out some the Smoky Mountain podcast coming out Friday, and we'll talk to you then. Bye. And welcome, episode number 039 of Something Else with Aria and Not KJ. My name is Aria, and today we are talking about Mid-South Wrestling for May 27th, 1982. I may be joined by our favorite non-asexual co-host, my cisgender heterosexual brother, Brian, who doesn't believe that anybody knows what the word cisgender means. Oh well, that's on him. So just a reminder, a couple things. First of all, the Smoky Mountain Wrestling Rewatch Along project is 2 episodes in and it's going strong. Check us out on all the same streaming platforms you listen to this. And actually, you don't have to do anything extra to listen to that show. It literally comes under the same banner as Something Else with Aria and Not KJ. It pops up every Friday. Check it out. Give us a listen and enjoy the wacky zaniness because so far many people are listening and getting a lot of good feedback right now. So please check us out. And speaking of the ways to check us out on your favorite streaming platforms, we are available, of course, as always on tinyurl.com/somethingellepod, angrymarks.com, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Castbox, Overcast, Pod Paradise, Castro, Podbay.fm, Radio Public, and Pocket Cast. And as I always say, yes, these are all real places. And by the way, in case you're on YouTube and don't want to listen to me on one of the many streaming platforms that exist, we also have, or I'm also starting to put the shows up on YouTube. I've posted the first two, so you can go back in time and listen to KJ and I talking back in August of last year, and the famous pineapple and pizza debate. It was 8 minutes long, but let's face facts, it was some of the best 8 minutes in this podcast history. And then I kicked KJ out because, he just didn't want to do it anymore, and we moved on from there. So before we really get going here, and we see if my brother does join us, I do want to talk about something present day. So I think everybody who's listening to the tone of my voice at some point has come across an audio clip or two from Jim Cornette, famous wrestling manager, promoter, booker, writer. He's done pretty much everything there is to do in wrestling. And I believe most people listening to this know his opinion on AEW. And the reason why I'm talking about this, and some people would say, well, I'm mentioning a tired subject, is because I'm a part of the Cult of Cornette. I'm a part of the Cult of Cornette Facebook page. I am a Jim Cornette fan. I don't agree with everything he says. I'd honestly prefer listening to him talk about old school wrestling than anything else. But I get that, a lot of people will listen specifically for his views on modern day wrestling. And honestly, I tend to skip a lot of those. I prefer when I see a video, like when I see on YouTube, Jim Cornette reviews the 1986 Great American Bash. That sounds freaking awesome to me. I'm going to go listen to that. And I'll learn so much about it. And yeah, it'll be great. However, I do want to point something out. Jim Cornette likes AEW. He may not like everybody on it. I am not going to sit here and lie and say that he loves Kenny Omega and the Young Bucks. He does not. I don't believe for 1 second that he is lying when he says he doesn't like them. However, for those who are scoffing at the idea that Jim Cornette likes AEW, I'd like to point something out. Let's say he hates AEW and only does what he does for whatever tax breaks he gets out of supporting AEW. He has bought with his own money every single AEW pay-per-view. He has bought all 4 Ring of Honor shows under the Tony Khan umbrella. He watches every single episode of Dynamite. He is one of the few people out there who have watched every single episode of Rampage. And here's some facts. Because you can sit here and list to me everybody he doesn't like. You can say, oh, Kenny Olivier. You could say Wheeler Useless. You could say Jericho. You could say all these people that he will name drop on the show, including friends of mine who are in AEW, and it doesn't take a genius to figure out who I'm talking about, that he will run down. But here's something else to think of. He hates AEW, right? And that's why he has given them so much of his money so far. And I'm sure he only does it for the tax breaks, right? So why doesn't he watch and review the Impact pay-per-views? He probably wouldn't like those. Why doesn't he watch GCW? I guarantee listening to him rant about, GCW would be hilarious. But no, he doesn't do that. Does he subscribe to New Japan World? I think the only 2 times he did were for the first Jericho Omega match and the first Omega Okada match, when that was getting all the hype post-match as, the 6-star Dave Meltzer classic. he doesn't subscribe to New Japan World, and he might, and I actually think he'd actually like New Japan, but that's neither here nor there. He doesn't like, he buys his WWE shows too, but I don't think anybody would doubt that, if I say that he likes WWE. But here's the fact. Like, and oh yeah, before AEW bought Ring of Honor, how many pay-per-views did he buy from Ring of Honor? Like, legitimately, go through, all the clips on YouTube. I guarantee he never bought a single one of them since he stopped working there in 2012. And if you're one of the people who are part of the cult of Cornette, and I'm just going to say this, there are a lot of good, reasonable people there. It's pretty much like any and all wrestling groups you see out there. There's usually like 90% of people are, intelligent and can craft their own opinions. And then you get the people who will literally just parrot everything he says word for word, do not have their own opinion on the matter. And they manage to make Jim Cornette's opinion their opinion, quote unquote. Yeah, that's what you're going to get there. And to be honest, that's where the Fox News comparison comes in, because Dave Meltzer years ago compared his audience to Fox News, and I remember being offended by that because I'm part of that audience, and I'm also part of Dave's audience, and I'm an Observer Hall of Fame voter. So what does that say about the Observer Hall of Fame? But I understand it now, because you have 10% of his audience, and I don't know, I'm not sitting here counting every Fox News viewer in the world, but I imagine it's somewhat similar, where you may have 90% of people who can form their own opinion. Even if they agree with everything the host says, they can still form their own opinion about what they think about it. But you have the 10% who just parrot everything that's said on Fox News. In this case, they parrot everything that Jim Cornette and Brian Last say without realizing that they're not going to get all this massive support for just saying word for word everything Jim says and parroting it as their own opinion. It's not going to happen. And speaking of people who are going to parrot your opinion, joining me on our lovely podcast today, once again, is my cisgender heterosexual brother Brian, who, as we mentioned at the top of the show, doesn't think people know what cisgender means. Brian, welcome to the show.
Don't I get what I requested?
What did you request?
Did you not get my text message I sent you like 5 minutes ago?
I've been recording for 10 minutes and I've been ranting for at least 7 of those.
Okay.
He wants the Eric Bischoff theme when he joins. So you want the WCW Eric Bischoff theme? The WWE?
No.
Yes,
that one.
Do you want the TNA ripoff theme?
No.
Brian, if I can't play, music from 1982 on these shows because I think I'm going to get a copyright hit for it, I'm not going to play a WWE theme music for you when you come on.
Fine, I'll accept it for now.
And hey, you came on at the right time. And Brian, it's been a few weeks since we had this discussion. Have you yet figured out what cisgender means?
I have not.
It basically means you're not transgender, Brian.
Oh, yeah. I do remember you speaking of this with me.
It is not a hard thing to figure out. It's not an insult. On this pro wrestling podcast with an LGBT slant, here is the most non-LGBT person I could find to be the co-host this week.
Thank you.
So, Brian, you have anything you want to say?
I don't think that's a compliment, but thank you.
It was as close as you're getting today.
So
before we get going with Mid-South from May 29th, 1982, do you have anything you want to say?
Is that the plan?
What was that?
Is that the plan for this evening?
Yes, it is. Would you like to talk about something else? Do you have something else in mind?
No, absolutely not. I didn't know what we were talking about.
Well, it would be weird to have you on the Smoky Mountain rewatch along project, since that would require you to, actually watch the show, because
You make a valuable point.
or Valid Point, one of the two.
Whichever.
Oh Lord, I think I did a podcast with this man for, oh my God, 4 years.
Moons. It was Moons.
Oh Lordy,
His
Lordy,
first for
Lordy.
Moons. Yeah. Hey.
But by the way, he's more on time for these shows that he appears on once every month or so than he ever was for the other show where he was a weekly co-host.
Don't hate. Don't hate.
Oh Lordy, Lordy, Lordy.
I gotta come in with style, you know. I gotta come in with style.
So Mid-South Wrestling, and we, gotta at least get started here because we have that fun Zoom thing where we're gonna get cut off in like 35 minutes and then have to restart it. So yeah, we gotta get going here. So
right,
let's start with the intro from Boyd Pierce and this week's guest host, the Oklahoma Stampeder, Cowboy Bill Watts. Much like last week, this is a two-part intro, and we'll stop about halfway through, go over it, and then go back to what's left.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this week's edition of Mid-South Wrestling Television Network. I'm your host, Boyd Pierce, and we have a tremendous card. You'll see popular Ted DiBiase going against the Mess Grappler. Also, Captain Redneck, Dick Murdoch is here. All the top stars, including the Mid-South Tag Team title holders, Mr. Olympia and the Junkyard Dog, Bob Roop, the Assassin, the muscular Mike Sharp, 454-pound one-man gang, all the top stars, and we also have our top guest commentator, Cowboy Bill Watts, with us.
Well, thank you, Boyd Pierce. Should be an exciting day here on Mid-South Wrestling. We have an unusual event. We have a man having his first professional match on television. A youngster named Steve Dr. Death Williams. The people that have followed amateur wrestling for 4 years certainly know him. He's a four-time heavyweight All-American at Oklahoma University, the starting guard for the Oklahoma University football team, and he will be able to play amateur football next year, so he'll still be competing for Barry Switzer's Oklahoma Sooners, but he'll be wrestling pro, and today is his debut. But a lot of exciting things happening.
So, yes, we have not just the popular Ted DiBiase and the muscular Mike Sharp, and our favorite guest commentator, Bill Watts. We have literally the first ever match of Dr. Death Steve Williams. And he's a redshirt senior at this point. He has done his 4 years of wrestling. He got redshirted as a freshman in football, so he'll be back to play in the fall with Oklahoma. And thanks to new rules that Cowboy will point out over and 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 over again over the next 41 minutes.
Hold on a second. End over again.
You can go professional in one sport and retain your amateur status in another sport. Thus why here in 1982, Steve Williams is able to be a professional wrestler and make money while continuing to play college football. And
professional wrestler.
They probably closed that loophole considering all the crap that they had to go through in order to get the NIL deals a few years back. So yeah. So Dr. This here, the popular Ted DiBiase's here, and Brian, you know who else is here?
The one-man gang.
He actually is, and
that's what they said.
Oh, did they? I didn't write that down.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they actually did.
I'm like, did you actually look that up? Nope.
Nope. You just missed it.
But you know who else is here in addition to the one-man gang and the popular Ted DiBiase and the muscular Mike Sharp?
Who's this?
Precious Paul Ellering is back for yet another spotlight. Let's go to that here. And Brian, I'm sure you've been listening to the show the past 2 weeks, so I don't really need to explain this to you. But for the people who haven't been listening, Brian, let me explain what happens, Brian.
Absolutely, go ahead.
So back in January, when Paul Ellering was feuding with the Iron Sheik, he injured his knee and had to have surgery and was out for 4 to 6 months. And now to bring him back with some of the most preposterous vignettes we've ever seen, where he works out with children. It included 2 weeks ago where they did sit-ups. Then last week they did push-ups. That first week was also when he had what's their name? Oh my God, I can't think of this guy's stupid name, but they had the guy jump off the top rope with a diving double foot stomp to his stomach that he then no-sold. Jesse Barr, by the way. I forgot his name there for a second. But yeah, in the killing the territory or exposing the business moment of the week, when he had two different people give him diving double foot stomps to the stomach, and he just got up and no-sold them. But let's go to this week's segment, and again, we're going to have to cut it off before the actual music starts playing, because again, copyright strikes. But let's go to that right now.
Of course, Precious Paul Ellering, a guy who everybody just has to kind of take to because he's so unusual. He was injured. He had a knee surgery at the same clinic that Ernie Ladd had his surgery. He came back and it was re-injured, and he went back and had it operated on again. And he's been rehabilitating and says in July he'll be ready. But right now he's been working out with kids. You know, I think it's great that people that donate their time for the kids and enjoy children and realize that strong bodies make strong minds and a strong country. Let's watch Precious Paul Ellering as he works with these children in the military press.
The spotlight once again is on Precious Paul Ellering, and as usual, Precious Paul has a couple of boys here to work with and try to show these people how to develop a body such as he has.
That's right. You know, Reeser, Precious Paul works out 24 hours a day. And I want all these good-looking kids to start working out so they can look like Precious Paul. Precious Paul wakes up in the morning and does some lip-ups. And then in the morning, I do some chin-ups, and in the afternoon, I do some more lip-ups, and then in the evening, I do some push-ups, and before I retire, I do some more lip-ups. And now we're going to do some military press. Come on.
So there are many parts to this that are just amazing. The first of which is Reeser is not even like holding the mic up to his mouth. So Paul Ellering has to slouch down in order to talk into it. And because he's standing behind two children, Paul Ellering is now shorter than the children because he's having to slouch down so far to reach into Reeser's microphone. Then he's got two kids with him. One kid who looks
good looking kids. Good looking kids.
Good looking kids. And so one of these things that might not fly in 2023. But so anyway, he's got two kids. One of them is just the happiest kid you've ever seen to be on television.
Nice.
The other one is so not happy to be on TV. He is standing there, arms crossed, rolling his eyes when Ellering is talking about how he works out 24 hours a day and then does lip-ups as he's kissing at the camera. And the song, in case, the opening beats didn't set it off, was Pac-Man Fever. So, no more Let's Get Physical. Moved on to Pac-Man Fever. And then it gets great. And again, I want you to remember, this show is not live. They could edit this show. The kids lift 65 pounds, and Ellering pressed 300 pounds. And before he does this, Ellering says that watch, because he's going to do 5 of them. And you want to know how many he does, Brian?
2.
4.
See?
And then he says that his grandpa said lifting 1,200 pounds is better than 1,500 pounds. And Watts tried covering grunts, saying it was better to set goals higher than what you can actually do. And technically that's true, but, spoiler, he is not going to come on TV and try to do 5 gorilla press reps at any time.
Why not?
Anytime in the near future, but anytime, period. And the best part about all of these things is they're not ending anytime soon. We got, I think, at least another month, including the best one is still to come.
What does that one intake?
Well, Brian, listen to the show in a couple of weeks and you'll hear.
Okay.
So up next was The Grappler versus the very popular Ted DiBiase. DiBiase once injured the grappler, which is what led to grappler using a built-up boot. Grappler literally has one boot with a lift in it, and I imagine there's a reason for it. Like one leg might be a little shorter than the other. And as we've talked about the last couple of weeks, 2 weeks ago, Grappler put on the Assassin's mask and ran in at the end of a tag team match to help Assassin and the one-man gang pick up a win. They announced
450-pound one-man gang.
Yes, the over 450-pound, 6'9", 6'10". Yeah. They announced next week Bob Roop will defend the North American title against the Junkyard Dog. We have a fantastic spot here, and one that any first-year wrestling school student would be proud of. Grappler runs back and forth off the ropes, like 2 or 3 times. And you wonder, what's he going to do? Brian, I want you to picture all the great, fantastical moves you've seen people run off the ropes and hit. The grappler used a punch to the face.
Holy, that's the best one, probably.
I can honestly say I was not expecting a running punch to the face, and I believe DiBiase certainly wasn't either. Grappler at one point leans back for a headbutt, but instead slaps on a headlock. Grappler missed a knee drop, which led to Ted's comeback. DiBiase misses an elbow drop, and they collide, sending Grappler out of the ring. The Assassin comes out and begged for a timeout, so Ted dragged the Assassin into the ring and attacked him. Grappler went to load his boot, but Ernie Ladd meandered out and hit the Grappler with the chair. DiBiase hit a power slam. The referee saw none of this, and this is not the most egregious case of the referee missing something right in front of his face. It happens this week. We have some bad refereeing this week, Brian, but that is the norm here in Mid-South Wrestling.
I say it feels like it's the norm, so I've heard.
Yep. Yes, if you listen to this show with any regularity, like Brian certainly does,
absolutely,
you would know that.
Yep.
Brian, have you been enjoying the Smoky Mountain Rewatch Along project?
Oh, I have. I can tell you everything about it.
Really?
Yeah, give me about a couple days and I'll get back to you, okay?
Uh-huh. So you don't want to talk about that here on this very show?
No, because we're not talking about Smoky Mountain. So, yeah, we're good.
Yeah. I should point out there's only been 2 episodes, and I can't wait to find out how long it takes Brian to listen to 2 episodes.
What's that? I told you, give me a couple days. I can do it. I can do it. Patience.
I'll believe you.
I have to go on a field trip on Tuesday. It's like an hour away. So there's at least 1 episode, and then on the way back, it's another episode. So, yeah.
I'm sure of it. So let's go to...
Well, I am taking a field trip on Tuesday. So.
And I'm sure you'll listen to this show.
Absolutely. And cursing at the children for cursing. Yes.
I believe there is a little bit of cussing on these shows. They're a little more R-rated than this show is.
Oh.
Yes. By the way, in case you want to hear me cuss more than I do already, check out the Smoky Mountain Rewatch Along project, available on the same streaming platforms as this, Something Else with Arya and not KJ. In fact, you don't have to subscribe to multiple different podcasts because it all comes out together under the same banner.
Ooh.
But let's go to Bill Watts recapping the Grappler being hurt and then a special interview.
Boy, Pierce, during the commercial break, the Grappler had a little problem getting his motors under him. You know, when somebody 6'9", 320 pops you with a steel chair, I think it more than gets your attention like they used to have to do those Missouri Mules. But I think Ernie Ladd has decided the knee as well, and he's back, and they better beware. And Ted DiBiase helped him. Ernie repaid the favor. Now, another man who's a target of a lot of animosity by Skandar Akbar is Captain Redneck, Dick Murdoch. And Akbar said he found somebody else that'd like to try the big one on for size. And let's listen to that pre-taped interview with Skandar Akbar and Hangman Rick Harris.
As you well know, General Skandar Akbar is always on the lookout for new talent. Recently, he was in the Big Sky country in Montana, and he found some very impressive talent.
Let me introduce the Hangman, simply called the Hangman because that's his specialty, breaking necks. Now, I want to get a couple of points clear. This man is not a member of the Army. He's just a big, tough, rugged individual to be reckoned with. Now, there's some misconception about bounty matches. This is not a bounty man. I do not deal in bounties. Bounty is a dirty, dirty, vile word. However, if this man can produce and hurt Captain Redneck, I might just add a nice, sizable bonus. So remember the name, the hangman from the big sky country. He's here for you, Captain Redneck.
Well, we'll just have to see what does happen.
Boyd, I guess when you got money, you can always find somebody to do your dirty work. Let's see how the big man fares against Captain Redneck. Let's go to the ring right now and race her back.
So, yeah, General Skandar Akbar is very adamant that he does not believe in bounties. However, if you were to, I don't know, let's say if you were to randomly injure Dick Murdoch, there might be financial compensation in it for you. Because that's not a bounty at all.
Nope, I didn't think so either.
And Brian, remember the name, the Hangman from the Big Sky Country.
Oh, I remember him. Didn't he wrestle Brock Lesnar at the last pay-per-view? I'm sorry, Premium Live Event.
You're confusing Hangman Harris with Cody Rhodes.
That's who that was. Okay.
Yeah. By the way, Hangman Harris is better known as Black Bart.
I knew that too.
Yeah, I'm sure you did. And as was pointed out, he is not a member of Skandar Akbar's stable at the moment. But we'll see what happens. And speaking of we'll see what happens, it's Dick Murdoch versus Hangman Harris with General Skandar Akbar. Once again, several fans salute Murdoch like what happened last week, but this time Murdoch actually returned the salute. Boyd, being Boyd, can't keep straight where Harris is from, other than just the Big Sky Country. He basically mentions every state in the Northwest, and he's somewhere up there. Montana is the actual place where he's from.
Montana.
Yeah. This was a fun hoss fight. I'll tell you what, this storyline with Akbar hating Murdoch, basically because Murdoch is a babyface and Akbar's a heel, has led to some fun matches. And like we had a few weeks ago with Murdoch versus Hacksaw Dugan, and now him versus Hangman Harris. Harris locks on a chin lock, and Akbar ran over and stole Murdoch's bag of stuff. And we're reminded that Murdoch is going to Japan in 2 weeks. And as I mentioned last week, he does come back in August. Murdoch makes his comeback and comes running off the rope with an elbow that was more telegraphed than the grappler's punch in the face. Harris goes for an abdominal stretch, and Murdoch is blocking it. And I'm just going to play off the finish and the angle immediately following. And we'll come back and talk about it here.
Okay.
Hangman's going for an abdominal stretch, and Murdoch's trying. Looks like he's going to try to take advantage of. Oh! I think he tried to hit Murdoch, and he caught his own man. It sounded like that big old helmet, that Marine helmet Murdoch catches in there. And there goes Hangman into the famous brainbuster taught Murdoch by Killer Carl Cox, that old ex-Marine. 1, 2, 3. Now Murdoch's going back to retake his land. Just like the Marines did in Iwo Jima. Oh, he's got that tool. He's got that trenching shovel. Watch out, Murdoch. The one-man gang. Murdoch firing back the one-man gang anytime you get Akbar. Harris has got the hangman rope. They're hanging Dick Murdoch. They're hanging Dick Murdoch. Grizzly Smith better get some help out there, boy.
The hangman with the noose around.
Murdoch. Iron Mike Sharp. Jesse Barr.
Dick Murdoch is the winner, and we'll be back with more action after this word.
Alrighty, so what you heard or what you're listening to was Akbar got in the ring with Murdoch's bag of stuff and swung for the fences, but accidentally hit Harris with the bag. Akbar decided he'd only try once, so he gets out of the ring, but, he did get punched by Murdoch, but he took a comical bump flying out of the ring when he did it, and Murdoch won with a brainbuster. After the match, we get our appearance by geopolitical Bill Watts as he announces that Murdoch is going to reclaim his land like the Marines did in Iwo Jima, because that's what his Bago stuff is. It's land to reclaim. Bill Watts, his political ramblings are going to make for a couple fun years of doing this podcast. Anyway, Murdoch grabs his entrenching tool out of it, which once again is just a fancy name for a small shovel. But one-man gang runs out to attack him. And when you're 6'9", 6'10", somehow smaller than 6'9" Bill Watts, or I'm sorry, 6'9" Ernie Ladd, but you're still 6'10", he managed to sneak attack here on Dick Murdoch. And then him and Harris hung Murdoch over the top rope. Iron Mike Sharp and Jesse Barr went out for the save, and the heels bailed. Brian, your thoughts on this tremendous angle here?
He only tried to hit him once? Like, keep swinging for the fences, man.
Yeah, well, apparently when you miss your guy the first time, well, you're just not a bad shot, I guess.
Terrible aim. I could have done better than that.
I'm sure you could have, Brian. But, maybe we'll send you back in time 40 years, 11 months, and 1 week ago to teach General Skandor Akbar all about it.
I should.
So I mentioned that the heels bailed. Well, the heels didn't bail for long, because up next was one-man gang with General Skandor Akbar versus Coco Samoa. So I want to play
Coco Samoa.
Yes, Coco Samoa. That is the man's name, Brian. And the reason why you know it's his name is because in Mid-South Wrestling, when they do the graphics for each match, if you're using what is a fake name, like One Man Gang or The Assassin, they put quotations around it. Like we had Andre, quote unquote, the Giant. We have, quote unquote, One Man Gang. This is not, quote unquote, Coco Samoa. This is Coco Samoa. Mr. and Mrs. Samoa had a baby. They named him Coco.
Damn, couldn't they name it like Coca? Or
no, it's
why?
Because they didn't. Go back in time to the 50s, Brian. Go look up Mr. and Mrs. Samoa and convince them to name their baby Kaka.
Go eeny, meeny, miny, mo till the right one comes forward. Gotcha, okay.
Oh, lordy. So I'm going to play the audio. We mentioned, there's a number of things that are hilarious about this that we'll talk about in a minute. But I want you to mention, first of all, to remind you that the two people who made the save for Dick Murdoch were Iron Mike Sharp and Jesse Barr. And Jesse Barr does not get the credit for it in our next audio clip from our good friend, Cowboy Bill Watts.
Well, boy, Pierce, I think everybody's still a little bit concerned about Dick Murdoch. I did go see him during the commercial break, and they had him over by the stairway, and no matter what, when you get choked, whether it's by a rope or by the hands, the first thing you got to be sure is that their blood is flowing through the carotid arteries, and to be sure that they're breathing. And you've got to kind of get that, make sure their heart's pumping and that they heart starts. You shock them into taking that next breath. And so we administered to Dick Murdoch similar to the way that Mr. Olympia administers after putting a man out with a sleeper, thanks to quick thinking by Coco Samoa and Iron Mike Sharp, two of the next men in the next two matches who were on standby. They got to Dick Murdoch and saved him from the one-man gang, because had that hangman and the one-man gang been able to stretch him like a tug-of-war with that rope, Dick Murdoch could have been seriously injured, which I'm sure Skandor Akbar would have loved to see Dick Murdoch miss that tour. But also, let me tell you something about Dick Murdoch. When you pick on him, I'll guarantee you one thing about the big Texan. He's going to find a way to get even, and he's not bashful about his tactics. And there, Coco Samoa showing some new moves.
That new move that Coco Samoa just showed?
The new move?
New move.
New move.
He got out of the ring.
Ooh,
so
that is a new move.
So I just want to point out that Coco Samoa did not run out for the save. However, Coco Samoa, and they didn't even mention what it was, and mentioning what it was just makes the whole thought hilarious. Brian, what did they do back in the 80s when you put someone with a sleeper hold to show good sportsmanship? What did you do to your opponent?
You slapped him silly and woke him up.
Yes. That is what you do to somebody back in the 1980s when you put them in a sleeper hold. To show good sportsmanship, you smack them in the back of the head.
Yes.
Now,
Give smack him.
I would love the video of Coco Samoa just, bitch slapping Dick Murdoch in the back of the head to wake him up after this hanging. Yes.
Yeah, no, Coco Samoa wouldn't be alive probably to have his match.
I just like the thought of that just sounded hilarious. I think we would have had Coco Samoa needing to join General Skandor Akbar's group.
Probably.
But anyway, speaking of the General, his man was involved here in a pretty rough finish in the match here. Samoa goes for a dive off the middle rope. Gang was supposed to catch him, but it wasn't a clean catch. And eventually, after time stood still, Gang hit a back suplex, a move you will never see him do ever again, and an elbow drop for the win.
Back suplex by One Man Gang.
Yep.
That intrigues me. I may actually go back and watch this just for that reason.
It is tremendous. Oh, and if you we got to keep going here because, man, oh man, Brian, we have some good ones here in the show. Up next, it is the North American Heavyweight Champion Bob Roop teaming with the Assassin to go 2-on-2 with Iron Mike Sharp and Mike Hudspeth, or as I wrote in my notes, Iron Mike Share. So
makes sense.
Yeah, of course. I could not find much of anything about Hudspeth. He didn't even have a page on Cage Match. The best I found were 5 enhancement matches he did for Mid-South in 81 and 82. According to his obituary, he passed away in 2021. According to his obituary, he wrestled for the WWF for 16 years as Mike Reed. Now, I admit that, I am a bit of a wrestling savant, but I couldn't remember a WWF enhancement talent named Mike Reed. And I'm sitting here like, yes, okay, I don't know every enhancement talent ever, but I'd like to imagine if somebody was in the WWF for 16 years.
You have noticed it.
I would have noticed it and at some point would have run across his name. If not when watching old wrestling, but at least when reading old results. So it piqued my interest. And, I never mean to speak ill of the dead, although I still attest that if you don't want me to speak ill of the dead, make sure not to be an asshole when you live. I won't speak ill of you when you die then. But anyway, after checking the history of WWE.com, it appears that he wrestled for a different WWF than the one you're thinking of, because there are no records of either Mike Reed or Mike Hudspeth ever wrestling there. And I went from 1975 to 1994. And I get that not all records, especially from the early 80s and before, they're not all complete. But people have done a lot of really good research to create these websites, like Cage Match, like the history of WWE, where they might be missing some results, but they're not missing 16 years of results for one man. So,
never know.
Mike Hudspeth, don't want to call you a liar here, buddy, especially because he passed away, but you
might be a liar.
You lied to your wife. Because, he met his wife long after his wrestling career was over, or at least his wife when he passed away. So it's like, it's very possible that's what he told her.
Could have.
And, I'm not going to call it a liar. I should note that there is another wrestler named Mike Reed who began wrestling in 2004 and who had done a few enhancement matches for both NXT and AEW. But that's it. And it's possible. It is possible that all they told this report, or the person who put together the obituary, or at least the one that's posted online, that this person was a pro wrestler named Mike Reed. And they looked up, found that Mike Reed, because 2021, when he died, this Mike Rude would have been wrestling for 17 years. And see, hey, he wrestled in NXT. Hey, he wrestled in AEW. And suddenly they confused the two Mike Reeds, which honestly, that, Brian, when I die, if I die first, please make sure that my obituary doesn't include references to some other Aria Whitner.
I'll try not to, but I can't promise you anything.
No, you probably can't.
Nope.
Anyway, so Bill randomly talks about Big John Studd and Super Destroyer, and if we had a show that didn't have that much audio like last week's show, I'd play it. However, Big John Studd and Super Destroyer are the international tag team champions wrestling in Georgia right now. And they talk about how they want to come in and wrestle for the Mid-South tag team titles. And Bill makes sure to mention that even though they're the international tag team champions, that the Mid-South tag team titles are much bigger deals. And that's why everybody is coming in to challenge for them. They actually
Such a huge deal.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I said such a huge deal they are.
By the way, Super Destroyer is Bill Eadie, aka Demolition Axe. They do come in for a few shots, and we see them once on TV, and they're part of the next Superdome show. So, it's not totally out of left field. They are around for a couple months anyway.
Yeah.
The heels get the heat on Hudspeth and do fast tags in and out of the ring. Assassin hits a drop kick and one with a headbutt. And Iron Mike Sharp, who, by the way, is not turning heel, didn't even try to make the save. He just stood on the apron and watched his pitiful partner take the pin.
How dare Iron Mike Sharp do that? That's bullshit.
So we got 5 minutes to go before we have to take our time out. I think we have time to go over this next match. It is the pro wrestling debut of Dr. Death Steve Williams as he faces the Turk. Again, not a Turk or some Turk, but the Turk. And it's funny because if you've ever seen Dr. Death Steve Williams wrestle, like he wrestles in a maroon colored singlet styled after his amateur wrestling tights in the University of Oklahoma, bet your last dollar that's exactly what he's wearing here. And his singlet actually says Oklahoma. In fact, if you told me this was his actual singlet as an amateur wrestler, I'd believe you. This is not, I'd like to state, this is not the explosive Dr. Death we'd see later on. This is seriously a man in his first ever match, and it tells. He technically didn't do anything wrong, but it's all the little things that if you see someone in their first match do, they're in their first match. He's not, or at least in his first few matches, he's not as crisp with his moves. He's a little clumsy, a little hesitant, but the thing is with him, you can actually see he has something.
Yeah.
Now, Brian, you and I have been wrestling fans for pretty much our entire lives, and we know a lot of the inside wrestling stuff. Do you know how Steve Williams got the nickname Dr. Death?
Didn't he drop something on his neck?
Nope. Let's listen to the old cowboy Bill Watts, who's going to tell us about it.
Death Williams, and he was named Dr. Death at his high school in Lakewood, Colorado. Had a broken nose, and he wore a ski mask into the match. Turk going behind, trying to take the Doc down. The Doc is powerful on his feet. Look at him step through those leg trips. Sits through right into the Turk flying mare. Reverse headlock. And when all the kids saw the Doc coming out in that ski mask, Boyd Pierce, they started chanting, Dr. Death, Dr. Death. And the name has stayed with him all through his career. And
So yes, the kids see him come out wearing a ski mask, and that encourages them to chant Dr. Death at him.
I was way off.
Yeah. Brian, tell me, Brian, you were an amateur wrestler in high school. Sure. Of some regard. I seem to remember you scoring a point. Do you think you would have fared any better if you would have come out wearing a ski mask?
I might have hit somebody with a drop kick and won a match, but yeah, I doubt it.
There was the time you took a bump straight on your back.
According to you, I always took a bump on my back, but
well, there was the one time where it was just like, you got tripped and took the most picture perfect back bump of your life. And
Yes.
it's like, personally, I thought you were down there trying to call spots, and your opponent was just so freaking confused by this.
I was trying to a couple times.
So Williams uses a gut wrench suplex where Turk nearly gets dropped on his head. Williams came off the ropes with too much hip, KJ. If you ever, when KJ and I were training, we were learning to run the ropes. The trainer told him that he was using too much hip, and actually, the first time I told him he didn't use enough hip when he hit the ropes, so the next time he used too much hip. Dr. Steve Williams ran the ropes and used too much hip when he hit the ropes. It's hard to explain it unless you see it, but he used too much hip. But Dr. Death uses a shoulder tackle and then won with the Oklahoma Stampede Power Slam, much like his mentor, Cowboy Bill Watts, used to use. Brian, thoughts on Dr. Death's pro wrestling debut?
Everyone's got to start somewhere, I guess, and Dr. Death just began here.
Indeed.
Miserably, but yes.
So we are now going to take a timeout. For the people listening to this, it's probably just going to be one seamless edit, but we're basically going to take a timeout for a minute and recharge this so I don't have to pay for Zoom. And I'll be right back to finish things up. Brian, say goodbye to the people for a second.
Goodbye, people.
Hello, everyone. So, Brian, it's 10:30 at night on the East Coast, and Brian's had a long weekend, so he's not going to join us for the end of the show. That's all right. We honestly don't have a whole lot of time left to go on the show. But let's get into it, shall we? Up next, Mid-South Tag Team Champions Junkyard Dog, who's also the Louisiana champion, and Mr. Olympia, who's also the Mississippi champion, team up to take on Randy Bass and Jim Starr. I'll be honest, when they stood next to each other, if I had to guess which one was Randy Bass and which one was Jim Starr, I would have had that backwards. Starr actually had a pretty long career of over 17 years, and this was actually his first match since January of 1981. But after this show and next week's show, he doesn't wrestle again until November 1983. And I don't believe he ever wrestles again here in Mid-South. So enjoy him while you can, because, he's gone in a week. So Olympia is wearing a new red and white mask with stars on it. And I'd like to point out that despite having all the title belts in the company except one, the champs don't even come out with their championships. We had a real fucked up finish here, where Watts didn't realize it, Boyd didn't realize it, no one realized it. JYD gave Bass a power slam and stood up after the 1 count because Starr was getting in the ring. However, despite the fact that the man is on the ground and there is nobody covering him, however, the referee continued counting and called the match over. The fans didn't know what was going on. None of the wrestlers knew what was going on. Watts and Boyd, like I said, certainly didn't know what was going on. Eventually, they didn't even ring the bell because Boyd's the timekeeper. And the referee's just waving it off and telling everyone to leave. And eventually Boyd figures it out, said the baby faces won, and we sent it to commercial. We come back with our expiration of time match. It is Jesse Barr versus Billy the Star Child Starr. It is every expiration of time match you've ever seen. Watts did try to defend it, saying that, even though they only might have 2 minutes, in amateur wrestling, they do periods of 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, and you get falls quickly sometimes. And of course, if Vince Russo was booking this, you could have 2 matches in those 2 minutes. And this match goes the grueling 2-minute time limit draw, and that's how the show ends. And overall, a weird, wacky, fun edition of Mid-South. We had Dr. Death debuting. We had a lot of messed up shit go on here this week. But ultimately, we had some fun stuff, laying the foundation for the future. And yeah, that brings us to the end of our Mid-South report for the week. And of course, next week we'll be back as we go into the month of June. June 1982. We're starting to pick up steam here in Mid-South again, and we're up for a very interesting summer and fall. That's all I'll say right now. So we now go to our favorite segment. It is Weird News of the Week. Yes, that is Weird News of the Week, presented by Nobody. Nobody, the company that sponsors nothing. And for this, we go to UPI.com. And yes, we go to our old friend Ben Hooper with this week's weird news. Disc golf net prompts emu's escape in Minnesota. An emu briefly escaped from a Minnesota property after apparently mistaking a disc golf net for a potential mate, the bird's owner said. The Washington County Sheriff's Office said in a Twitter post that deputies responded to a call about an emu on the loose in Grant and found the bird hanging out with a homeowner eating apples. Because why not? Jamie Benner, owner of the Idlewood Equestrian Center, said the emu named, Erasmo, has been pacing back and forth. This is why I need to read these things ahead of time. Has been pacing back and forth along the fence, separating his enclosure from the backyard of the Cedar Ridge Treatment Center for a few days. Benner said Erasmus, who's apparently got a name change in the past paragraph, apparently escaped by jumping the fence into the treatment center's yard. She said that the cause of Erasmus's fascination with the treatment center was apparently a disc golf net in the yard. She told the Star Tribune newspaper that the net resembles a female emu if you squint your eyes. I gotta like that. This was not Limu Emu, by the way. This emu was not selling insurance, and now I gotta look to see what a disc golf net looks like. I didn't even know disc golf had nets. Let's see. No, not disc golf network. Take out the work. Disc golf net. Okay. It's a pole with a thing around it and a net above it with like a hole in the top that you can put into it. That's what a disc golf net looks like. Let's see what a female emu looks like for comparison's sake. And ladies and gentlemen, it takes a lot of squinting to see a female emu in the disc golf net. And I'm trying to be as nice as possible. I mean, my best guess, if you want to, and I'm nearsighted and I'm not having this issue, and I get, emus may not be the most intelligent creatures in the world. If you squint really hard, you might be able to make the argument that because, the base of the disc golf net is very thin, like very thin, you might be able to make the argument that you could think that they were legs, and then as they come up to the rest of the net, you could, I guess, argue a little bit that, if you're not thinking straight, that could be the body of the female emu. I haven't seen anything that would make me be able to argue that, hey, that could be a head. But well, I guess in some of these, okay, well, in some of these there's a flag coming out of the top. So I mean, I'll give it to the emu, but that is stretch of the imagination here, ladies and gentlemen. And we try to give all animals the benefit of the doubt here, but that male emu, well, he shouldn't breed. That's all we're gonna say here. If it was a human being, we'd be begging for them not to be allowed to breed or be allowed to vote. And the good news is, ladies and gentlemen, no matter what you want to say here, the good news is this emu will never be allowed to vote. So that's going to do it here for yet another weird, wild, wacky episode of Something Else with Ari and not KJ. If Brian were here, I'm sure he'd say, yes, Arya, you are the greatest host in the history of podcasting. And I think everybody should listen to Something Else with Arya and not KJ. And I'd say, thank you, Brian, for kissing my ass. Try to watch the show next time. And, we'll have something to talk about. And so don't be like Brian. Not only listen to this show, but listen to the Smoky Mountain Rewatch Along project that comes out every Friday. Not just on your favorite streaming platforms, but also on angrymarks.com, tinyurl.com/somethingelsepod. Subscribe, leave us a 5-star review. Tell me how amazing the show is. By the way, follow Something Else on Twitter at SE_with_AriaPod. It is annoying, but that's the best I could get. Just do a search for Something Else with Aria, ARYA. You'll find me. Believe me. But all right, so that's going to do it for this week's show. Thank you all for listening, and we'll talk to you again later this week.